All right, I'll call the meeting to order. Good evening, everyone. It's May 1st, 2024 Grants Pass City Council meeting. We start our meetings off with a moment of silence, so please join us for that. Please rise for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, let's see who's all here. Councillor Auger.
Present.
Councillor Juncker.
Present, yes, I hear.
Here.
Councillor Riker.
Here.
Councillor Pell.
Here.
Councillor Lovelace.
Here.
Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor Frazier.
I'm here.
Councillor DeLagrange.
Here.
All right, everybody's present with DeLagrange and Frazier online. We're going to get started with a Drinking Water Week proclamation. Whereas water is our most valuable natural resource, and whereas drinking water serves a vital role in daily life, serving an essential purpose to health, hydration, and hygiene needs for the quality of life of our citizens to enjoy, and whereas tap water delivers public health protection, fire protection, support for our economy, and the quality of life we enjoy, and whereas the hard work performed by the entire water sector, designating capital projects, operators ensuring the safety and quality of drinking water, or a member of a pipe crew maintaining the infrastructure communities rely on to transport high-quality drinking water from its source to consumers' taps, and whereas we are all stewards of the water infrastructure upon which current and future generations depend, and whereas the citizens of our city are called upon to help protect our source waters from pollution, practice water conservation, and get involved with their water by familiarizing themselves with it. Now therefore I, Sarah Bristol, Mayor of the City of Grants Pass, do hereby proclaim May 5th through 11th, 2024 as Drinking Water Week, and urge all city residents to join in supporting this observance. Do we have somebody here to accept the proclamation tonight?
Yes, we do, Mayor. Got Heidi Drinkworth came here tonight.
Perfect. Heidi, did you want to say a few words?
On behalf of water filtration and water distribution, this proclamation means the world to us. I've been a resident of Grants Pass all my life, and my goal is to make clean, safe drinking water for the residents of Grants Pass, and to recognize this means a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for what you do. We don't always think of water as one of our key services here, but it absolutely is, and super important to everything that we do. Next up, we have a quasi-judicial land use hearing. So at this time, I will open the public hearing to consider an application that's an appeal of the Urban Area Planning Commission's decision to approve the major site plan review for a recreational vehicle park at 2000 Southwest Bridge Street. We will begin the hearing with a staff report, followed by a presentation by the applicant, statements by persons in favor of the application, statements by persons in opposition to the application, and an opportunity for additional comments by the applicant and staff. After that has occurred, the public comment portion will be closed and the matter will be discussed and acted upon by the council. Is there anyone present who wishes to challenge the authority of the council to hear this matter? Do any of the counselors wish to abstain from participating in this hearing or declare a potential conflict of interest? Are there any counselors who wish to disclose discussions, contacts, or other ex parte information they have received prior to this meeting regarding the application? In this hearing, the decision of the council will be based upon specific criteria which are set forth in the Development Code. All testimony which apply in this case are noted in the staff report. If you would like a copy of the report, please write that on a note to the city manager and one will be provided. It is important to remember if you fail to raise an issue with enough detail to afford the council and the parties an opportunity to respond to the issue, you will not be able to appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals based on that issue. The hearing will now proceed with a report from staff. And just before you get started, Mark, I meant to tell everyone, I know we have a large number of people wanting to speak tonight, so we're going to limit public comments to 2 minutes. So in this case, the appellant will have 10 minutes, and if somebody is here to speak on behalf of the RV park, they will also have 10 minutes, and any other public comments will be limited to 2 minutes. And we're also going to hold to 2 minutes on all the other public comment items on tonight's agenda. Thank you, Mark.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and good evening, members of the council, staff, and the public. Tonight, again, is an appeal of a Urban Area Planning Commission decision approving a major site plan review of the property located at 2000 Southwest Bridge Street. I'll read into the record the project case file numbers. For the major site plan review, this is project case file number 201-00484-24, and for the appeal, it's 302-00115-24. The applicant for the major site plan review is Consolidated Land Holdings, LLC, and that's Gary Yonser, and the appellant is Mr. Brendan Gallagher. I just have maybe it's a little too much information, but in terms of your package tonight, there's references to the staff report, the major site plan application, appeal application findings that are to my right corner there. As a summary, the applicant, and the summary and the relationship to council goals. The summary of the major site plan review was a proposed new 87-space recreational vehicle park with an associated just under 3,000 square foot restroom, utility, and recreation room on a 6.8-acre property. The property is located at the northeast corner of Lincoln and Bridge Streets. Again, the address is 2000 Southwest Bridge Street, and the property is zoned general commercial. The appellant is asking the City Council tonight to overturn a decision of the Urban Area Planning Commission, or UAPC, to approve the major site plan application. In the relationship to council goals tonight, the appeal applications provides an opportunity for continuous citizen participation in the city's quasi-judicial decision-making processes. This engagement helps to facilitate sustainable, manageable growth, which is one of the council adopted goals. As far as the timeline, major site plan reviews in terms of a planning entitlement requires a pre-application. For this project, the pre-application was actually conducted in August of 2022. And then fast forward to 2024, on February 1st, staff did receive an application for the major site plan review, and we deemed it complete on February 9th, which triggered the UAPC public hearing for March 13th, which was noticed, and the UAPC unanimously approved the major site plan review on March 13th, and then the next subsequent UAPC meeting on the 27th, the findings of fact were adopted. Based off the findings of fact, there is an appeal period, and an appeal was received on the deadline on April 10th, and it was determined complete on April 12th, which prompted tonight's meeting to be noticed as the appeal hearing on May 1st. I will note that we are up against the 120-day expiration, namely that a final action needs to occur prior to or by June 8th of this year. The summary of the project is, again, on 2000 Southwest Bridge Street. The zoning is general commercial. It sits over about 6.83 acre lot. The major site plan review essentially is, again, a new 87-space RV park with an associated restroom, utility, laundry room, and office facility. It is proposed as 2 phases. The first phase will include 65 new RV spaces with the main facilities building, and that's the 3,000 square foot building. And the phase 2, the remaining 22 RV spaces will make up the 87 space RV park. There was a Scribner error in the staff report given to the UAPC. I think we referred to the first phase as being 55 RV spaces. It's actually 65, so apologies on that. You'll recall the council before the application concurrently submitted not only for the major site plan, but an annexation application since the property was within the urban growth boundary, but just outside city limits, and also a property line vacation. Both those entitlements were approved on March 20th. It is important to note that there was no written comment submitted prior to the UAPC March 12th meeting. However, there was public testimony at the UAPC March 13th meeting, which prompted the appeal. Other background items related to this major site plan. There is a wetland delineation report. Again, I believe that it begins on page, well, I'll refer to it in another slide. There was a wetlands delineation report as submitted as part of the major site plan. The wetlands delineation report was submitted both to the state, and the state agency was the Oregon Department of State Lands, and also the federal agency, which is the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. There are determined wetlands that are considered waters of the U.S. on the property and that require protection and/or mitigation if failed. The applicant intends to pursue to allow for filling of one of those wetlands called out by the U.S. Army Corps, and that's also I'll go through in my slide presentation in terms of what that means. Again, the project currently sits on 2 lots. With the property line vacation approved, now is considered 1 lot. And with the annexation approved after the 60 days on March 20th, we anticipate both the property and the zoning will take effect on essentially on May 20th. This is a aerial view of the property. Again, we are along, this is Bridge Street and Lincoln, northeast corner. This is about a 6.83 acre lot, now 1 lot with a property line vacation. This is a view looking north along Bridge Street, and this is a view looking south along Lincoln Avenue. Surrounding uses include residential properties across Lincoln Avenue. Some of those properties are still within the county. However, you will recall that this property here recently annexed into the city. There's an existing veterinary clinic. There's an existing residential zone property, which the applicant controls. This is the Dollar General store, I believe, and then there's basic general commercial uses across the street or immediately along the southerly border. This is the major site plan review. This is the conceptual review of our conceptual site plan. I will note that there is vehicle access along Bridge Street, where there's 2 vehicle access, one on Bridge Street and one on Lincoln Avenue. There is an internal driveway or circulation that will phase. Again, this will include 65 RV spaces, and this is the site of the future freestanding community building. This is phase 1. Phase 2 the balance of the 87 parking or RV spaces will be built out, contingent on wetlands mitigation. And this phase 2 is along the northerly portion of the property. Again, this is Dollar General, residential, existing residential properties, the veterinary clinic, and general commercial. The applicable development code requirements that were reviewed under the major site plan review, we start with zoning as all things. Article 12 is our zoning districts. It then outlines in Schedule 12.2 the matrix of approved or allowed land uses. You can see RV parks are allowed, and if we jump down the matrix here, GC is general commercial, which the property is zoned. P stands for permitted, it's a permitted use, and 3 refers to the authoritative body who reviews and approves this. A type 3, which we refer to this as, is hence needs approval, review and approval from the Planning Commission. The other articles that are applicable to the staff and its findings for the major site plan review are Article 19 and then Article 22. There are special Local standards only do for recreational vehicles. There are 13 of them. I list them in other slides. And so the applicable development code standards include Article 12, Article 19 for the major site plan review, and Article 22 for the local RV park standards. And those, again, that's specific to RV parks only, which is proposed and which was approved. You'll notice in the staff report, essentially, when we go through our findings under Article 19, there are 13 findings we need to make. We either deem it satisfied or conditioned, namely if we have information that it is reasonable enough that the project can, or the applicant can meet that particular criteria or that standard, then it is conditioned, or it's simply not applicable. Again, you can find the UAPC staff report that was submitted to UAPC on page 3, and the findings of fact on page 135 of your packet. I'm not going to go through all of these, but essentially these are the 13 criteria for a major site plan review. This if this follows suit for any site plan review that is considered major, there are 13 of them. Some of these will stand out in terms of zoning districts, buffering, ensuring that there are adequate resources. Again, and these are the first 7. I'm just going to perhaps highlight the characteristics of adjacent developments. This is where we look at potential land use conflicts, and we apply either the standards or the zoning for those. That includes setbacks, transition between new and existing developments. We have our signage and lighting requirements here. And then this is the balance of the major site plan review. Again, in our staff report, we go through all of these 13 criteria and either, again, deem them satisfied or satisfied with conditions or not applicable. Article 22 are the special RV standards. Article 22, and specifically 22.532, these are honed in on what the RV park requirements are, that namely that each RV space meets the minimum of 625 feet, that roadways either are 18 feet in width or 30. We go through specifics in terms of how the spaces or the RVs are parked in terms of the landing. We have landscape requirements. We require full hookups for RVs. Full hookups are essentially water, sewer, and power connections. And then we have requirements for what the bathroom facilities need to look like, and so on and so forth. Again, those are findings for these standards are found in the UAP staff report. I will note that Standard 13, that the park shall maintain a neat appearance at all times. This is a requirement in terms of the applicant and eventually the operator to meet this requirement in terms of the ongoing maintenance and ongoing operations of the RV park. There are a couple points I'll just hone in on in terms of this appeal and also the issues that were brought up, namely a traffic analysis. Section 27.121(3)(a), 1I and III, narrow in on traffic analysis. And basically, the submitted traffic, the applicant hired a traffic engineer who provided an analysis of traffic generations based off the use, which is an RV park. The original traffic trip count was 220, and that was based off the 83 RV spots. You recall that the pre-application was conducted back in August of 2022, and at that point, the applicant proposed 83 spaces, and since then, now is revised it to 87 spaces. So the trip count essentially jumped up 10 or 230. However, the threshold to trigger a traffic analysis needs to be at 500 or more. So that is the reason which the traffic engineer who was hired by the applicant and the city's traffic engineer, who remains David Evans and Associates, found the findings of the applicant's traffic engineer and concurred with their analysis of the trip gen being at 230, which is again under that 500 ADT threshold. The memo from DEA was also updated, and that can be found on page 151 in your staff report or in your council packet. The other trigger for a traffic impact analysis is when a development will impact a known safety or congestion or capacity problems. This is where the city's traffic engineer made the following finding, and I'll just simply read it. There is no indication that there are existing traffic safety concerns at either Bridge Street, Lincoln Road intersections or Bridge Street, Wagner Meadows Drive intersection. Based off the State Department of Transportation traffic safety data, there have been 8 reported crashes at Lincoln Road intersection with Bridge Street and 1 reported crash at Wagner Meadows Drive intersection with Bridge Street in the last 5 years of complete crash data. These levels are below the threshold that would indicate a significant traffic safety concern that will be exacerbated by this proposed development. Therefore, a traffic impact or a traffic analysis report is not required pursuant to the city's development code. And finally, the other portion of this major site plan that's unique is the Rosa wetlands delineation report that can be found on page 56. There is a wetlands, a known wetlands, and I circle it here in yellow. It's about 0.008 of an acre. Since it has been identified, so the applicant has choices in terms of mitigation, and then what they choose to do they choose to essentially fill the wetlands and in lieu, or they will pay a fee to have the opportunity to fill the wetlands. I probably said that wrong, but I'll have to defer that to the experts. But that, again, that report and that process in terms of the applicant going through both state and federal agencies is a condition of approval in order to develop phase 2. If for whatever reason they cannot make that finding or fulfill that mitigation measure, then phase 2 cannot be developed. And we distinctly put that in our staff report. So phase 1, there are no wetlands. However, in phase 2, there is a wetland. So the call to action tonight is, again, that June 8th is our 120-day deadline. Following our development code in terms of an appeal, there are 4 actions that are possible tonight. Either for the council to decide to affirm the UAPC decision to approve the major site plan review for the RV park, or amend the UAPC decision. An example of that would be adding or changing conditions of approval. Reverse the UAPC decision, which is in effect deny the major site plan review, or continue item to a date-specific time. Again, keep in mind that June 8th, 120-day expiration. There are sample motions behind me, and that concludes staff report. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mark. Council, do you have any questions? Valerie?
I think my only question after having gone through and read over and over is what is the difference in standards for a for a mobile home park versus an RV park? What is the delineation between those two, or what difference?
Essentially, the big difference is obviously we have RV standards. We do also have standards for a mobile home park, but the mobile home park assumes a fixed foundation. So even though the state provides the review of those mobile home parks, it assumes a fixed foundation where they're able to be placed on some sort of foundation. Also, mobile home parks, in my understanding, those do constitute a tenant-landlord relationship, in that the space itself is a lease and has certain tenant rights. In this case, as an RV park, there is no tenancy rights, and so it's simply utilized as an RV park. So that's a big difference. One is kind of, in a sense, transitory in terms of RV park, whereas the mobile home is considered kind of fixed to a foundation, and there's a lease agreement to lease that space for a mobile home park.
And so I guess in clarification, so basically, since it's a transitory, they have to move, that if for some reason they couldn't move, they could be booted out of the park because they are a transitional facility.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Rob?
So piggybacking on Valerie's question, if this was an 87-space mobile home park, as far as trips per day generated, how would that compare to an RV park?
I don't know in terms of that land use data. I think in this case, since there are specific land use data points that traffic engineers use, I'm not familiar with the mobile home park. I apologize.
I can jump in there, Mark. So the manufactured home would be considered a dwelling unit. And so the Institute for Transportation Engineers would assign the typically around 9 trips per manufactured home if it's a single family dwelling. So there's a pretty significant difference between how ITE regulates those more or less like a stick-built single family house.
Are there any other questions for staff at this time? All right, thank you, Mark. Would the appellant please come forward to make their presentation? I'm sorry, the applicant, I said it wrong. I actually want the applicant first. Is there somebody here representing the RV park?
My name is Grant Yonser, 2200 Northeast Industry Drive. And I'd like to start by saying that there have been some talk in the community that this is a project designed or some agreement between us and City Council to move the transients and or transient vehicles from the community onto this site. And I say that for 2 reasons. One, just so you guys understand maybe where some of the hesitation's coming from the local community. And 2, for me to tell you guys directly, that is absolutely not true. All of it is not true. So hopefully, knowing that we can look at this in terms of the use and some of the traffic things independent of who they believe the end user is going to be. So quick summary of the project. We started looking at this site in the fall, winter of 2021. And knowing that there were some potential wetlands on site, we hired a wetland delineator who created a report submitted to the Department of State Lands and the Army Corps of Engineers, January of 22. We submitted for a pre-application review in July of 22. We got concurrence letters from the Department of State Lands and the Army Corps of Engineers in September of 22. And from September of 22 through February of 24, we were taking all of that data and finalizing the plan before we actually submitted. So this project has been planned, professionally studied, designed, redesigned, professionally reviewed, scrutinized, and approved over a period of 2.5 years. So it's not something that was thrown together quickly. It was studied by a lot of people, and I will go through some of those now. We have been developing inside the city limits of Grants Pass for over 30 years now. We had Lanny Hickey, who's a professional land use planner with an environmental resource degree, professional engineer Mark Cross, senior wetland scientist and ecologist Juniper Tagliabue with Schott & Associates, aquatic resource specialist Peter Ryan with the Oregon Department of State Lands, branch chief William Abade of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, professional traffic engineer Kim Parducci, city hired and trusted independent traffic engineer Josh Anderson with David Evans & Associates, Josephine County engineer Neil Burgess, a city hired and trusted independent engineer Matthew Scott with Thornton Engineering, fire inspector Michael Mayer. All of that data was then submitted to the planning department and reviewed in some part by planners Donna Rupp, Mark Trinidad, and some conversations with even Director Bradley Clark. All of that data was then put together and presented to the Urban Area Planning Commission, where it was unanimously approved. So I say that to let you know that there have been ample number of eyes on this thing with an incredible number of studies that are all publicly available. So if you get the impression that this was just rushed through, I urge you to reconsider all of those professionals' time and work. Now, we could go through a whole bunch of the development code and the little nuances in terms of things like noise complaints, but I believe all of that stuff is well covered by the professional planners. And I think really what the citizens are concerned with is a couple of things. Is the RV park in this space a good fit for their neighborhood? And I'd like to look at a few of the criterion that the development code specifically considers for fit. So land use intensity by the development code is relative measure of development impact defined by such characteristics as number of dwelling units per acre, amount of traffic generated, and amount of site coverage. So I think everyone is hearing numbers like 87 RV spaces and the certain level of traffic being very big numbers, but I think we get a little ahead of ourselves in terms of comparing the amount of traffic and the number of RV spaces against 0. The reality is we should be looking at comparing this project against some other possible development on that site. So if it's not developed as an RV park, what are the alternatives and what does that look like? So in terms of dwelling units per acre, most of the residents live north and east off of Topaz Wagner area, which is zoned R2. The R2 zoning actually allows a max density of 12.44 dwelling units per acre. Our site of 6.83 acres, if it was zoned R2, would allow for a residential project of 85 units. So while the number 87 sounds like a big scary number, it's because the site is big. So R2 being a moderate density residential subdivision would yield potentially 85 units. So I use that to say that this is developed remotely close to the density, very similar to the properties that they live in now. Now, in terms of traffic generated, I believe we had submitted to you in our packet some information from our traffic engineer that identifies potential traffic loads of alternative developments. Give me 1 second. Oh, here it is. So our site has a total daily trip count of 230. An estimated development of other uses would be, if this was developed as a strip mall plaza, trips would be 1,074 units, plus or minus. If it was a pharmacy with a drive-through, it would be 1,409 daily trips. If it was a drive-in bank, 602. A high turnover restaurant, 604. A fast food drive-through, 1,402. A convenience store and gas station, 3,181. Now, all of those would actually only need to utilize roughly 2 acres of the entire parcel. That would leave you with substantially more traffic and 4+ acres still sitting there to develop to generate more traffic. So while we talk about the 230 total trips seeming substantial, it's relatively very small. There's almost no development alternative on this parcel that we could possibly propose that would yield less. In fact, listening to Bradley Clark saying it's 9 trips per home in a residential, if we had developed out the 85 units to a residential standard, you're looking at 7,200 trips. So our number of traffic is very low. So when the neighbors come in and they talk about things like traffic, I'm not sure that's at the root cause of what the problem is, because if you consider the alternatives, from a traffic standpoint, they should prefer this development. I think it comes down to the intended end user, and the perception is that those users are unruly or potentially criminal. So one thing we submitted to you was a packet that gave you information from the police department and from your own 2023 budget report. And if you had not read that, a quick summary is we had also looked at the crime maps posted as a link off of the city's website. And it basically identifies every incident that happens inside the city, and I could only go back for a period of 6 months, and it maps those along the city. And we provided you the maps to show you that these RV parks in front of the blocks that they're actually at have virtually no calls. I can't say that it's none. I can't guarantee that these are input perfectly, but it's the best data that I've got, and it definitely does not suggest that these RV parks are in any way leading to any more calls than the general public. Also, if you look, there's been some contention that there might not be sufficient level of service from our police and fire departments. So I provided for you substantial data that shows that both of our police and fire departments are doing an exceptional job. From your 2023 budget report, it identifies a police target response time of 5 minutes, and it showed an actual response time of 3.43 minutes, so it's substantially below the threshold that they've set. The 911 response center is trying to answer the phone within 10 rings 95% of the time. They're hitting 97 to 98%. We see from the 2022 police report, we see a 5-year trend in reduced rates of crime, both violent crime and property crime. While we also see a 4-year upward trend in the number of lives saved and a 4-year decline in the number of officer complaints. None of those things to me suggest like the police are having a hard time keeping up. As a citizen, I can say I look at those numbers and I say I'm extremely proud of the job they're doing. Similar on the fire side, we see they have a target response time of 5 minutes. There is a chart provided going all the way back to 2010, and there has not been a single year since 2010 in which the response time exceeded that. So I think if we look at this project in relation to some other development project there, we can see that we're going to have substantially more trees planted. It's much more of a residential use. We have substantially less traffic than what the alternatives would be. And I think that we've documented that the crime isn't really there. Maybe that's just perception. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Yonser? Not at this time. All right. Thank you. Would the appellant please come forward with their presentation?
Good evening, council members, mayor. My name is Brendan Gallagher. I live at 1864 Southwest Topaz Lane, and I'm appealing this project for myself and for my community, who I care about. You know, I served my country for 14 years, and I finally got a house in a great, safe neighborhood. And I feel like this is going to start to be taken away from me. I feel like this is reckless development, and it needs to be scrutinized more. At least the criteria needs to be readdressed. I don't feel like this project actually met the criteria, and that's all in my appeal. So if you've read that, you can see that there's some things that hopefully you'll want to readdress yourselves. I also think that the notification, the process by which we're all notified, it didn't really work well enough for us, because a lot of us had to tell each other about what was going on, because a lot of us we don't get the emails about the meetings that are taking place. Also, I feel like there's some other things that are gonna, how do I say this? If this project is built, yes, there may be some great things about it, but maybe if there was some adjustments to the project, that would be better for our community. Maybe not so many units. I don't know. That should be addressed by you folks, though. Also, I think that there are some things that I'm concerned about as a homeowner now, and that's the value of my property, higher taxes. I just feel like that's not something that matches the adjacent neighborhoods to have an RV park in there. And the RV parks really, it doesn't seem like, I did speak with Grant about this, and he's great. He gave a great presentation. I give him kudos for that. But when I spoke with him, he did say that this is going to be more of a permanent situation for most of these people that are in the RV park. So it's like low-income housing. It's not really an RV park for people that want to come and visit Grants Pass as tourists. So, do you have any questions from me about my appeal?
Council, do you have any questions? Dwayne?
How long have you lived at Topaz?
6 years.
Was that before or after the market was put in?
The what?
The little Dollar General, were you there before it was built?
Yes, I was there before.
Did you complain about that?
Yes.
Did you came here and complain? I wasn't here there that time.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, no further questions.
May I share the remainder of my time with one of my neighbors who helped me? Okay.
No, you can't, but you do still have several minutes if you wanted to continue speaking.
No, I don't. Thank you all.
Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak in support of this application? Please step forward and state your name and let us know whether or not you live in the city limits.
Rika Brown, and I live right down Bridge Street from this development. And Dollar General, that's a very handy little store. And it's not extremely, it's not convenience store prices. It's convenient though. And this RV park will be convenient to a great many people who are looking for housing, who have, who would have a job, good jobs like doctors and nurses and, people who just cannot find housing in this town because we don't have enough. And I don't imagine that they're going to be there for years and years. They're going to be there long enough to get themselves a house. And then you will have tourists coming through using this RV park. Generally people with pretty decent money who spend money in our town, who do not really think too much about the neighbors one way or another. They're stopping for a few nights and then they're gone. Or maybe a few weeks, or maybe a few months. It's all up to whoever can get into this park. We haven't heard anything about the rates they're going to charge, and it doesn't really matter. I'm sure this gentleman wants to make money. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wanted to speak in support of the application? All right, is there anyone here who wanted to speak in opposition of the application?
My name is Vicki Martin, and I live on 1834 Southwest Topaz Lane. For the proposed RV park appeal. As a reminder, the developer said at March 13th City Council meeting that they need a better way to get people off the streets, and it raises concern that there will be people on the streets abusing drugs. He mentioned that there should be regulations within the application to prevent the above from happening. And reminder, there will be no one on the premises that will be monitoring such behavior. My main issues are of safety, and we already covered traffic. I don't need to go over that. So for safety, sanitary. Where will people walk their dogs? And who will be responsible for cleaning up, properly disposing of the dog feces? I moved a wonderful area from Portland, Oregon just 2 years ago, and that issue, I had to put up fences all around my house for that issue. Needles and drug paraphernalia, as well as using and sharing drugs, which has already been witnessed on Lincoln Street, just the side of Dollar General. Protection for our children is another safety issue. It's, 900 feet from an elementary school. And as well as the elderly, with the probability of addicts, pedophiles, or other chances of crime in an RV park so close to the elementary school and an established neighborhood. Overuse of the emergency services was discussed, and last time somebody kind of laughed and said it's okay that they were overwhelmed or that they were already understaffed. But working in the medical field 51 years, it isn't fun to be overwhelmed every day and not enough staff.
Ma'am, that's the time limit. And I apologize to everyone, I didn't properly explain the light system here. When the yellow light comes on, you have 30 seconds left. And when the red light goes on, it means that your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who is wanting to speak? Please come forward, state your name, and let us know whether or not you live in the city. And it's okay if people want to just line up. This will go a lot faster.
Okay. My name is Sandy Rourke. I live in Grants Pass. I have a question about the people that are going to be moving in there with tenant and landlord. There is a background check. There is some kind of proof to know who these people are, who's going to be living in the places. With the RV, are we going to have that some kind of background check or some kind of know who we are, who they are? Because we already have a town full of people we know nothing about. We don't know how many registered sexmen are in here. We don't know how many murderers are in here. It's just going to be another place for other people to hide. So that makes me a little bit nervous. So if I would like to have some kind of check to confirm who these people are and if they should be living here or not. That's my question. Thank you.
Mayor and City Council members, my name is Cassidy Smoots, and I live on Southwest Topaz Lane. I'm here today regarding the application for an 87-space RV park. I believe this is a reactive solution, not a proactive one, and I care deeply about the surrounding community. A couple comments just after the developer came up here and presented. The reason the surrounding community feels concerned, just for example, on March 13th, as Vicki had noted, that the developer said, we're just kind of losing inflation battles. So we need an even more aggressive shift to try to find a way to get either more people off the streets or more people to be able to afford some living condition. He also goes on to talk about how they used to have a certain quality of RV, and I'm quoting here, that can be rejected. We had at one point written in a specific year of trailer, but that can kind of be deceiving because someone could have a very nice 1970 motorhome. I believe someone with a very nice 1970 motorhome will not be living there long-term with low-income housing. He talks about how 2 years of planning has been done for this, and a lot of work. If you look in the staff report, there are a lot of conditions of approval because the criteria has not been legally met, I believe. I did a public records request for all emails and information pertaining to this project, and I received one email sent by Donna Rupp. I find if 2 years of planning went into this project that there's just one email available. I am aware there's a housing crisis and a homeless crisis here in Grants Pass, like many other cities in the United States right now, and I agree that there does need to be action taken to resolve both issues. The community is experiencing, as I've stated previously, this is a reactive solution, not a proactive solution. This is the easiest, quickest, and cheapest attempt to solve the housing crisis. I believe young families deserve a much better start than a recreational vehicle. I hope that the developer and community can come together for something better than 87 RVs. Thank you guys for all of your time.
Hello, my name is Margaret Sundin McCann, and I live on Wagner Meadows, and I'm very nearby this project. And after hearing Mr. Janser talk about all the data that went into the project and all the research, as a businesswoman, I understand all of that. I understand how important that is, and it didn't just spring upon everybody. But as a local neighbor, I feel like we were kind of shorthanded because we don't hear about these things. I would definitely have not really wanted to have the Dollar General go in there. There's already been a lot of unsavory activity. I also feel like these traffic reports that have been talked about does not really give a clear picture of what happens in the neighborhood. And my street's become one of these main thoroughfares for the school buses and the semi-trucks that go to Dollar General. I have a home office and I see it every single day. But I would like to point out that I agree with Cassidy, this is more proactive. I do agree that we have problems and we have people that can't afford homes, but this is not the right neighborhood for that. He's looking at a long-term facility that he intends to build very quickly. And also it hasn't been mentioned again today that Mr. Janser sold his property that he built at Jack's Landing at the base of Moon Mountain. And the holding company it's a doing business as, so we don't even really know who owns the property. At this point, I do know that the manager overseeing these properties are up close to the freeway. But I would just like to hope that you would take into consideration how the neighbors feel about this as a collective, because unless you live there, you don't really have a clear picture of what's really going on with traffic and unsavory activity that we already see. Thank you very much.
Mike Pelfrey, city resident. I live off of Spruce Street, so I'm not directly in proximity of this property, although I do live off a bridge to get to Spruce. But I guess my biggest question that I would have is, has anybody done any studies on the effect of the value of the homes in the surrounding area that's close proximity to an RV park and what those values do? Meaning, do they decrease? Do they increase? So that would be something that I would like to know, has someone done a study as to what property valuations look like after one of these parks go in? I also moved here from Arizona where these type of parks are extremely common. But what I've also noticed that when I lived in Arizona, some of these parks started out with all the good intentions in the world, and then greed gets in the way. And what greed does is greed allows a dilapidated RV to come in, and when they can pay rent. So my concern is, I would like to know what level of RV would be allowed in this park. And again, I mean, if you go travel, and I do have an RV, and if you travel, there are literally campgrounds out there that if your RV is over 10 years old, they won't let you come in. Or if they look at that RV and it doesn't look like it's up to standard, they won't let it come in. And I know you guys live in Grants Pass and you drive around and you see RVs along our streets. And, you know, I've wondered to myself, is Grants Pass where RVs come to die? Because we've got some bad stuff out there. I can't even believe some of the RVs that are out there now that should be allowed on the street. So I just hope that this RV park will take that into consideration.
My name is Matt Smoots. I live on Southwest Topaz. Just a broad overview, a lot of the criteria was not met. One of the criteria was it'll be well maintained. The response was it will be well maintained. I think a lot of our concerns are that there just wasn't enough information provided for some of these responses as a condition of approval to be met, how they're actually going to be met. The property will be fenced with a 6-foot-high fence that won't mitigate any lighting. Lighting wasn't even proposed yet, so we don't know how it'll affect the neighbors. And then the traffic study, it's 500 trips per day or 25 during peak hours. If this is for long-term housing with people going to work and school, how will there not be more than 25 trips for 87 units? He mentions all these other places that'll have thousands of trips. Traffic impact analysis study would have to be done. So I'm sure the roads would have to be widened, turning lanes put in, traffic lights. So that's just one reason why we think that should take place. Overall, I just don't think it's a good fit for the surrounding community. Thank you.
My name's Linda Cardo, and I'm a city resident, and I'm here to also raise concerns about the conditions that RVs will be allowed to move into this RV site. Will they have insurance? Will they be required to have insurance? And are they street worthy, just like the gentleman before me said? And I believe that this is a short-term solution to the problems that we have, and I see these RVs along Mill Street and at the end of Washington Street. And I don't believe that this is intended to be for vacationers to come and visit. No, we're looking for low-income housing. And so I want to ask the city what they're doing to give incentives to developers that need to come, that would come in and would create low-income housing, but it's so difficult to work with the city and so expensive. I'm just asking the city to make it easier for developers to come in. I know people who have property, they won't even bother doing it because it's such a hassle to come in and work with the people that are doing the planning. And I would like to encourage the city to do something to give an incentive to developers so that the people that need low-income housing actually can get a house and not have to live in an RV and not have to live on the street. We have enough camping already in our town. Our parks are full of campers, and so I would like to see the city do something about giving real low-income homes to these people that are looking for housing. Thank you.
My name is Callie Spencer. I'm a resident of the city.
Callie, can you pull the mic down just a little bit?
Sorry.
There you go.
Is that better? Okay, sorry. My name is Callie Spencer. I'm a resident of the city. I live just down on Ironwood, which is past Bridge Street off of Lincoln. And I would like to reiterate that this feels very reactive, that we're not being proactive and building low-income housing for people. An RV is a temporary structure, and I really feel like this is not going to be people that are coming to visit our city. It's going to be long-term, which is what the developer said that this was going to be. And we really need housing, RVs are not houses. I'd also like to reiterate that the proximity to the park and the school, and then just the neighboring neighborhoods, those streets are very busy. G Street and Bridge Street are very busy already. And I am very confused about how it will be less trips for an RV park, but more for housing. I would also like to know how many people are going to be allowed at each site living inside the RVs. That was never discussed. We would just really like there to be more housing, and this just doesn't feel like a good fit for our neighborhood. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Katie Lytle. Sorry. I live off of Lincoln Street, and I am a mom of 3 small children. And the street that I live on has a bunch of kids, and it also has a bunch of older single people living alone in houses. We have been there for 3.5 years, and the difference in the neighborhood from now and 3.5 years ago is pretty rough. The foot traffic that we get from people coming over the bridge on from Tussing Park is a huge uptick. I have little sweet old lady neighbor who's in her 90s who had her door, somebody tried to kick it down. Obviously, we don't know. I'm not saying that just because you live in an RV, you're gonna go kick a door down, but like everyone else is saying, there should be background checks. I'm a renter. I'm not concerned about my property value because I don't own anything, but I am concerned about my kids' safety, and I think that it's ridiculous that an RV park gets to escape the background checks. My husband and I had to have background checks to become renters in our house. My landlord comes and does a walkthrough every single year to make sure that his property is being taken care of. He's concerned. We should be treating everybody the same. I'm low income. I need a house. I'm barely in one. We barely make it month to month. It's rough times. I get it. I get that people need housing. But it is not fair to allow just anybody to cram into an RV and put our kids at risk without knowing who they are. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Kim Waltz. I live on Wagner Meadows, along with a lot of other people, between the buses and the semis that do the schools. And by the way, the kids, if they live on the RV park, they will not be going to Parkdale. They'll be going, they bus them to Fort Vanoy. That's a fact. The other thing is, Lincoln is still a state highway, if I remember correctly. How are they going to widen that with both irrigation ditches on both sides? And the other aspect, okay, there's 87 RV spots. Are they all going to be paying property taxes? Because I know he's not going to be paying what everyone else is around town. We own 2 houses on Wagner Meadows. And every year the property taxes go up along with everything else, but our house value stays the same. With this one, the way I read it, and I think a lot of people read it the same way, they're not going to guarantee anything. And from what I read from his last, the Jack's Landing RV Resort in Merlin, or off of Hillcrest, it went from 5 stars down to 2. And now they're saying they have showers and bathrooms and everything else. According to the last thing I read, there's 1 shower for females and 1 shower for men. How's that going to accommodate 87 rigs? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kristen Bachman, and I live over by the All Sports Park, too, so getting out of there, the only way is through that traffic stop. Speaking on the traffic analysis, if they're not transient and it's the 9 times a day, it's like 783 stops a day, so that's over the 500, and plus someone else mentioned 25 during peak times. So that would require more analysis on that end of how that will impact that stop if you've ever been going to the all sports park on game days, or even picking up kids from school. There's like a long backup line that goes all the way to that little market on the corner. So there's lots of traffic there. Also, like everyone else here has mentioned, really just more qualifications. If this is supposed to be more upscale RV park, we all have the best intentions, but without actually putting it in writing, then we don't know that it's guaranteed to be nice. We have, like people mentioned, background checks. It's right across, they say it's across from commercial buildings. It's essentially across from a school. Also, just down the road from one of the few parks we really have left to use as of now. So that also, lots of families and kids there. If people are worried about the elderly having a place, maybe it can be for 55 and older, more of like a senior community. And putting requirements on the year of the RV would help. And yeah, just further analysis on that. There's only so many really decent neighborhoods, and I feel like ours is a nice neighborhood, and I would like it to stay that way. Thank you.
Mayor Bristol, members of the council, my name is Jim Halter. I live at 1927 Southwest K Street. From my living room, we'll be able to see right into the middle of this project. My concerns are about the location of a true RV park, which I believe should be located more conveniently to services like grocery stores, gas stations, restaurants, none of which are close to this area. This project will impact the neighborhoods in a 1 mile radius for sure. In the report, it says this park is expected to attract more permanent tenants than overnight tenants due to location. And it also mentions that some of these tenants are expected to have tents and not true RVs. How are these people supposed to survive without the services needed? Some of them won't have vehicles. They'll rely on transportation, which is already pretty heavy on Bridge Street due to the elementary school drop-offs and pickups twice a day, and it's very congested. Excuse me. Oh yeah, the other question I have is about security. We already know that we have a stressed out police department and fire department in this town. With putting in 87 units into this RV park, how is that supposed to be covered with an already dwindling police department? And there's no guarantee of security provided by the ownership of this project. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Dana Saylor, and I live at 1704 Southwest J Street. I can't necessarily say that I will be directly impacted by this, by where my house is located compared to the job site, but I came tonight because I'm just curious to get more information. I don't really fall on one side or the other. I really, really do think that we need some type of housing for the people in our community that need it the most, and that would be low-income housing. It's just really hard to believe that this is the best way to do that, and that an RV park in the middle of an established neighborhood is the best route to go. It feels like it's more of a business decision, and it's being allowed because it's being allowed. I am curious, like, I guess the next question that I would have is, if he builds this, if you allow this to go through and he takes the lots and he builds them and his name is on it and we're all going to be proud and it's going to be beautiful and only high-end stuff, A, how is that affordable? A high-end RV is very, very expensive. So that in itself tells me that this isn't really about affordability for our community. But B, he doesn't keep these locations, he sells them. So what happens with the next person? Are they going to care as much about it? Are they going to keep it high-end? Or are we going to end up in a position where now the rest of us in our neighborhood and our community are trying to figure out what to do with a location that might be bringing our housing down, might be bringing people in that aren't great for the children that are going to school? So I guess my next question to you is, if you're going to allow this and it does come through and it does end up being a situation where it's not great for us in the community and maybe not even for the people living there, what is our next recourse? Like, what do we do as a community? Do we come back to you and do you take care of it? Do we have to file lawsuits? Like, I just want to know what would happen next in this scenario if it doesn't go as planned. Thank you.
Hi, Andy Van Cleve, lived on Ironwood for 25 years, been in the RV industry for 30. RVs are not low-income housing unless they're under 10 grand that you can buy somewhere off of drug money. If this is an RV park, no tents allowed, high-quality, newer units, registered with the Department of Motor Vehicles, that's something to think about. I mean, that's higher quality people. We're talking 80 grand units or 40 grand units, you know, that's not something cheesy, but this is being stated that this is for low income housing. So I'm confused. Is it or isn't it? Are these, having that water and sewer for so many units, is that going to affect our water and sewer in the neighborhood? Are they going to have 50 amp services or just 30 amp services or just basic? I mean, there's so many questions here that have not been answered by the report. It doesn't make any sense to me if this is really an RV park. And I don't know how they can do background checks on everybody that comes to an RV park, because you don't. But I just would like to have more answers to lots of questions.
Hi, my name is Madeline Halter, and I also live on Southwest K Street. I have a lot of questions about this RV park. There are going to be 2 signs, one on Lincoln and one on Bridge. So if this really is for visitors and tourists coming through our town, shouldn't there be something by I-5 or on 6th Street or on 7th Street to say there's an RV park this way, please bring your RV and visit us there? There's not going to be anything like that, as I understand it, and I've been through the application probably 3 times. So that worries me that it's really not a real RV park. Secondly, it's either drive-in or back-in, which leaves out most large motor coaches and possibly anything that is like a 5th wheel with a large truck. So more definition on what a real RV park is would be helpful. Or if it's just going to be low-income housing, I'd rather see some real honesty about this. And I think, lastly, I've read enough of who has agreed and who hasn't agreed, whether this is a good deal or not. But it's not good for our neighborhood, and we're hoping that you change your mind. And if you don't, maybe if you're lucky, you're going to have something like this put into your neighborhood, out your back door, so you can look at it the same way we do. Thank you. That's all there is.
Is there anyone else who wanted to speak?
My name is Bill Freedom. I live at 1878 Southwest Abilene Way, which is right on the corner of Wagner Meadows, which is directly across from the RV park. I would hate to have to get up in the morning when I drink my coffee and open my shades and see a trailer park across the street from me. And I don't believe there is one person sitting up there tonight, if this was happening to them, that you would go for it. I've lived here for about 76 years. And I've lived in one place, when I first bought it, was nothing but a dirt street. And we finally got curb and gutter and finally got it paved, and that was N Street. but I hope you people realize that you're sitting an RV park right in the middle of a residential district, which there is some nice homes in there. And I hope you take that into consideration. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wanting to speak on this issue? All right. Does the applicant have any? Yes?
My name is Helen Cruz. I live here in Grants Pass. As far as Mr. Yonson's proposal for the RV park, I think it's a good start. You know, when the homeless community is out there in the parks and they're told that they're supposed to be in the parks and not to be anyplace else, when they have no place else to go, what do you guys want them to do? At least Mr. Yonser has absolutely got an idea in his head. However, I have not seen City Council step up in any means whatsoever to remedy the problem. It's not going away, you know? The unhoused community out there is subject to continuous harassment by Park Watch, and, you know, nobody should have to live in fear, intimidation, or have to walk on eggshells every time they open their eyes in the morning. Okay? Now, I don't know what City Council is going to do, and I have no idea what Supreme Court is going to do. But I do hope that maybe if we all come together and bridge a gap, I know that nobody wants the homeless here, and these people don't want to be homeless either. There's got to be a solution somewhere, you guys. I mean, this town, when I moved here, I was 4 years old, and this was a good community. And now I just see just a bunch of disruptive people going against each other because somebody has more than the other. It's almost like a monetary value type thing. What about humanity? Humanity goes a long way, and so does kindness. You know, these guys have nothing again, and these guys have everything to lose. We need to bridge that gap somewhere. Nobody should have to be intimidated or bullied because they lay down in a tent and they don't have a roof over their head. Thank you.
I just want to remind everyone, this is the hearing for the recreational vehicle park on Bridge Street. So is there anyone else who wants to speak on that issue?
Sorry? Go ahead. Yeah, okay. My name is Mike McCann. I'm a resident of the area that we're talking about. For 25 years, I ran Grants Pass Steel. I owned Grants Pass Steel. So I'm kind of well known in the community, I guess. I apologize. The reason I was last to speak is because I always like to have the last word, but also my throat is really bothering me. It's hoarse. But the main point I want to make is that this is not an RV park. It's not a commercial project. It's a housing. It's very definitely and very clearly a housing project. It should be rezoned and sent back to Jans is doing a great job of, as usual, selling the project. And they're covering a lot of the angles. But the people that have spoken tonight are being very kind, very generous. It's a lousy project. It shouldn't be in such a nice neighborhood. It should be out where the other project is going to be on Agnes or near the bus station, or pick a different spot. The Jack's Landing, as you know, was sold shortly after it was built, for crying out loud. They made a bundle on that. It's, they're claiming to have established a really a fine business there, but, and here comes another one. Youngsters are there to make money, that's it. And the promises that are being made and the assurances, including the fact that there will be no standards for the RVs, not going to impose any age limits or condition limits. Come on, come all. Thank you.
Is there anyone else wanting to speak on this issue? All right. Did the applicant have any final comments? You can have an additional 5 minutes if you like.
Thank you. It's a difficult follow. I sit there and I hear all kinds of accusations still, and I'm kind of dumbfounded. You know, statements that we're accepting tents and no cars it's like these things just aren't true. I'm not sure where they're coming from. And so I find myself not knowing what to tell you. All I can tell you is that my intentions are pure. We've been here a long time trying to develop housing. And it's bothering me a little bit to see that the inflationary costs of making it so difficult for people that we're trying to find other solutions. And you combine that with the Dollar General saw some opposition as a commercial use when it went in. The parcel north of the vet's office on Lincoln Road proposed an apartment complex. That got appealed until the developer bailed out of that. Now we propose an RV park. It's almost like, does it matter what the proposal was? Or is it just simply something else? At some point, the parcel is going to develop. We think that we found a use that meets a need. Article 22, which is the base development standards for an RV park, is technically inside of the residential standard. So that to me means it's a pretty close use to the neighborhood. I guess I'm kind of at a loss for words. I'm not sure exactly how else to address their concerns.
All right, no outbursts from the audience, please. Mr. Yonser, you can continue.
Do you guys have any questions for us?
Valerie.
I did have one question, and that was about, who oversees it? I mean, because I had heard somebody say there's nobody on site, and
I don't even know where that comes from. In our presentation to the Planning Commission, we had talked about one full-time on-site manager and potentially a second in case that manager needed to be vacant. We talked about doing background checks. The credit checks will be done. We've got a history with rentals, so we understand the process and we're comfortable with it. And then you just hear these accusations and statements. I'm like, they're not true, but I can't even tell you what I should start defending anymore. One thing I can tell you is with an on-site property manager, I feel like we're going to have more control of the neighborhood than just a standard residential neighborhood would have. What of those neighborhoods has an on-site property manager? So what would stop any one of those tenants of any one of those houses doing anything different than any of these people in an RV? I remind you that the Grants Pass Municipal Code and all of the laws of the city apply to these people the same as they do everyone that lives in these homes. Thank you.
Does the appellant have any final comments? You also have 5 minutes.
I do have a degree in environmental and resource science. I earned it at UC Davis. I worked at UC Davis as an environmental scientist. So I do know about some of the what's going to happen too with this RV park, since it's going to be bringing in vehicles. Those vehicles bring in more noise pollution, and they also bring in more. They're going to bring in more light pollution. They're going to also bring in other pollution just from even the brake dust from that. That's going to go into our neighborhoods as well. So the environmental aspect, that should also be considered when you consider your decision on this project. Thank you.
Okay, does the applicant have anything further to add? No. Does staff have any final comments? I don't know where Mark is. No. I have a couple of questions for you, Mark. Regarding the number of parking spaces, what does the development code say regarding the number of parking spaces in an RV park?
So currently under the climate-friendly equitable community rules, there are no, since it's within a half mile of a public bus stop, there are no minimum requirements for parking, be it commercial or residential. However, the application did propose on-site parking within phase 1. So, but there are no minimum requirements that needed to be met.
And I thought that I read that there was a maximum of 1 parking space per RV space?
Right. So that is in relation to presumably when a RV coach parks in and rents a space, then they may have a separate car to then use and get around town. So that's what that refers to.
I guess what I'm getting at here is there's been some concerns about how we come up with the traffic impact and that the number of drive trips are based on the number of vehicles that a particular unit is expected to have. And so my house, we have 4 people and 4 cars, but at this RV park, how many cars can they have per unit?
Our code requires 1 per, so 1 coach, 1 car.
Okay, thank you. And then regarding tents, is there anything in the development code that would allow tents to be at an RV park?
None that I can think of, no. Presumably the RV space will include full hookups. So if it's a tent, wouldn't necessarily need the full hookups. So it presumes a RV coach.
That an RV is in each space, is that a requirement?
I'm sorry?
Is that a requirement? Would it allow for tents?
That would be up to the operator. But,
do we know that, Brad?
I'm looking.
Okay. When I read the code, I didn't see anything about tents. Also, is there a requirement regarding the length of stay?
in our code, there isn't. We don't. Our current local standards don't require that, and nor does the state in terms of tenancy.
Okay, and I think it specifically says that there's no requirement for length of stay.
Right, right.
Okay, thank you. For Mark, our city attorney, are there any rules that would allow the city to regulate anything such as the age of RVs, the rental rates, a background check, or a requirement for insurance that you're aware of?
No, I don't think so. I read the packet before. I think the criteria are pretty straightforward. I think that would be outside the scope of what the city could do.
And in this case, the city council needs to make their decision based on the development code as it is currently written and follow those criteria that are currently in place. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and does the city council have any ability to choose how a property is developed if it meets the municipal code? In this case, general commercial, could we say we would really rather have a restaurant or a grocery store there over another permitted use, or does the property owner get to choose that?
We could state the desire to have something else, but when an application comes in, you're bound to evaluate it based on the criteria in the code, regardless of what you'd rather have there.
Okay. Councilor De La Grange, do you have a question?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. This is probably for Brad or Mark, and you may not be able to answer it, but you know, the difference in category between an RV park and a mobile home park, I would assume that our code with regards to RV parks has not been updated in some time. Is it safe to assume that, you know, the original intent of the RV park code was more transitory in nature, to where, you know, more recently, in recent years, it's been used more kind of as a mobile home park?
So the big difference is that, you know, RVs, in terms of where they are manufactured, have a completely different regulatory agency that looks at the manufacturing side versus a manufactured home, which is done through HUD. And those are certified, those require, manufactured homes require building inspections. They require our building official to go and do inspections on those. An RV park, the building official will only be looking at the building itself, the structure that they're going to propose, that they are proposing to put the restrooms and the utilities in. That's the only structure that the building official is going to look at. To your question about the original intent of the RV park ordinance, I mean, in my experience, there's always a distinction in the zoning between RV parks and manufactured. I've never seen a code that doesn't have those as different land uses. So I think they're always assumed to be very clearly distinct, and I think the reasons I just said are probably the main reasons why.
Do any other counselors have questions? Rob?
Yeah, so I have a follow-up, or I just want to reiterate Sarah's question to the city attorney. I'm assuming that, like every other, actually first I want to thank Mr. Gallagher for bringing this forward, and I really appreciate how thorough Mr. Yonsard's response or his information in the packet was. I read every word of it, and I really appreciate a professional putting something together that's so clear. It helps to put things in focus, helps to remove some of the smoke, and I appreciate that. It makes it easier as a counselor when someone's very thorough. With that said, we know that no illegal activity is permitted really, on any street or anywhere in our city. So my question for city attorney is, are you 100% sure that a requirement for registration of the vehicle and insurance on the vehicle is beyond the scope of a condition that the city council could require? Are you 100% sure of that? Because you didn't sound real sure when you said it before.
Well, I reviewed the code and I didn't see anything in there that allowed the city to evaluate for that or require that. If the applicant is willing to stipulate to that, then you could move forward with that. But I think that, again, without the applicant's consent, I think that that is exceeding the scope of authority of the council.
Okay, so you saw nothing in the code that would allow that. Did you see anything in the code that would disallow that requirement?
Not specifically, but that doesn't matter because the rule on evaluating land use codes is you apply the criteria that's written in the code.
So I have a similar question on the excluding of tents. Is there anything in the code that would disallow the city from requiring that no tents are allowed there?
I don't think so. I don't think that if the applicant was proposing a site plan for a subdivision, that you'd be talking about saying no tents on dwellings in the subdivision. I think you have to look at this the same way. And I understand the concern and why you're asking for that, but I don't think that the city can impose that. Again, I think the applicant, as a gesture of goodwill, possibly would be willing to stipulate to some of these things.
Okay, I have a few other things to say, or questions. Other councilors could speak now if they want to, or I can go on.
Do any counselors have any questions? You have a question, Val?
Yeah, I think that I would assume in the difference between that mobile home, a mobile home as a manufactured home versus a RV, is that RVs don't pay a monthly fee. So they're usually, I would expect them to be on a daily or a weekend rate on an RV. If you stay at an RV park, you drive it for a few days out. There's nothing there as opposed to a manufactured home that has a longer stay period. I don't know. It's just, to me, they're very different things. So I was just curious as to, I guess I don't really have a question. I'm trying to distinguish the difference between manufactured home. Seems very different to me than an RV park.
It is, and we're only talking about RV parks today. Do you have a question, Rick? Okay.
So JC, is it true that in an RV park, if a unit is there longer than 30 days, they collect a transit tax?
No, it's actually the exact opposite. In our Muni code, it's shorter than 30 days.
Any other questions? Okay. DJ, go ahead.
I presume that we've reached the point for discussion, correct?
We are at the point for discussion.
Wonderful. I'm going to cut right to the chase here. This is criteria-driven and allowed use. And with that, I make a motion to affirm the UAPC decision dated March 27, 2024.
Is there a second? Seconded by Rick. Discussion on the motion? Rob, and then Rick, and then Val.
Okay. So while I appreciate Mr. Yonser talking about the 2.5 years of background and detail and everything else that he's put into it, it's not hard to understand why most people felt that this was rushed. Because, and it's not something that we can change tonight, but the 100-foot notification requirement is, frankly, it's a joke. I mean, it's people who live 101 feet away knew nothing about it. You know, we saw this before with the, you know, with the bus depot. People lived 101 feet away, got no notification. And that's something, it's not the fault of Mr. Yonser, it's not the fault of this council or this staff, but it is something that this council really should look at soon, because that requirement is just totally insufficient. The issue, I have a couple of issues, but the biggest one is that, you know, and I appreciate it, you know, when Mr. Yonser also said, you know, he doesn't even know where to start with all the different accusations. And I hear what you're saying, totally. Some of it is really outside the scope of what can be regulated, and it's out, at least in a free society or a democratic society. However, there was an accusation that was made that you didn't answer, and you chose not to answer. But actually, I think at the Urban Area Planning Commission, you brought it up. You mentioned it tonight again, and it's even in the packet, brought up by the Kimberly Parducci, Southern Oregon Transportation Engineering. We all know, it's very clear that this is not going to be a tourist kind of recreational vehicle site. It is said, let's see, in the packet from the traffic engineer, it said, existing traffic volumes, okay, blah, blah, blah. This park is expected to attract more permanent tenants rather than overnight tenants due to location. And some of you in the audience tonight touched on location. Now there's no gas stations, no supermarkets, et cetera. This is not, it's not near I-5. This is not an RV park. This is a residential community. And are we all gonna, is council gonna, you know, wink and a nod to say, okay, we're gonna act as if the traffic impacts of this RV park you know, shouldn't trigger further traffic impact analysis? I mean, of course it should, because it's quite possible. I mean, I've been stuck on Lincoln Road trying to get out to G Street, you know, at rush hour. It's quite possible that those intersections have to be improved, that one and the one on Bridge. It's quite possible that there may need to be turning lanes. There's all kinds of impacts that would happen if we were actually being honest, and we should be, because it came out tonight and it's in our packet, about how many trips per day this is likely to generate. It's not going to generate the 220 trips a day that a quote-unquote RV park would. It's probably closer to the 780 trips per day that an actual residential community would generate. So I, as a counselor, cannot close my eyes to that fact. It is a fact. It was in the packet. Mr. Yonser stated it tonight. He stated it at the Urban Area Planning Commission. And yet, you know, we're here acting as if it's not going to have much impact. It's going to. So to me, you know, whether or not that is a LUBA-proof objection, I just don't believe, I believe that the criteria has not been met there because it's been acknowledged that it's going to be more of a long-term residential use. Yeah, thank you. The other issue is, while I am very impressed with the data on our police response and so on and so forth, people who follow our meetings and the council and the staff have heard many, many, many times our police are overworked. They go from call to call to call. you know, people all over the city want to have traffic enforcement for red light runners and speeders and things like that. Can't do it. We don't have enough police. I don't see excess capacity in our police or fire department. I don't see excess capacity. And this is adding to it. Until our council can come up with a partnership with the people as far as how you're willing to pay for more police and fire, I can't continue to add more load there. And other councilors may want to overlook that, close their eyes to it. That's their choice. I'm only one of 8. But I can't overlook it, and I can't overlook the fact that we know it's going to be enough trips per day that it should have triggered a traffic impact analysis. And others may want to make believe and close their eyes and vote yes. I'm not going to do it. That's all I have to say.
I'm going to remind the audience, this is not a show. I don't want any outbursts, including applause, or I will have our very nice police chief escort you from the room. Rick, and then Belle.
The land use process can be very complicated, and 2 purposes is to protect the citizens and the public and to provide a good living environment, but also to give opportunities for developers to proceed based on certain criteria. I feel the criteria, especially cited under section 19052 and 22532, plus the other criteria, have been met. And one of the things tonight, development provides income. That income provides additional opportunities for public safety to grow. So unless the town grows and you need additional public safety, then we are looking at the burden put on the citizens that live here. I look for the city to grow so it can provide the facilities that we do need. Thank you.
Valerie.
Yeah, I am going to say a couple things. Number one, this is not low-income housing. My husband has built low-income housing for many, many years, and this is not. This is an RV park. And I know, like you said, there may be some people that come in and move there for a longer period of time. You know, anything happens over time. We are a complaint-driven, so you have the right to complain, and there's going to be a person on site to handle those complaints. That's how it is. I don't get to do a background check on my neighbors when they move into my neighborhood. I will tell you that being a teacher at Lincoln Elementary School, one time we did just a thing to see where there were people who had been convicted of sexual abuse living. You'd be surprised. They're in every neighborhood. So I think it's way out of line to think that the people that are living in this are going to be those people. I just think that's very prejudiced from my part of view. I also will say, as an RV park, I don't know if you've noticed, but out at the RV park, there are several apartment buildings or Airbnbs being proposed out there, and the reason is because you are right next to a gem of a park that they have pickleball tournaments, they have softball tournaments, they have baseball tournaments, and I have chased my children all over the state, and I would have loved to have an RV to go to those events because it would have made my life a whole lot easier. And I will tell you, if they do go to that RV park and they stay there for less than 30 days, they are paying a tax, a transit lodging tax, which 30% goes, or almost 30% goes to public safety. So, and also as a private property, he will be paying property tax. So I just, you know, criteria is based on the zoning. If you don't think Bridge Street and Lincoln Street are going to be arterial roads and that they're going to be developed for high density, you're wrong, because they will be. Eventually, if the bridge, fourth bridge gets built, it's going to be hooked in, could possibly get hooked right in with Lincoln Road. So it's going to grow, whether you want it or not. The zoning is commercial. I was here in the council when people screamed and yelled because it was going to be low-income housing, and they were going to put low-income housing. That one, we couldn't deny that either. But eventually, it fell apart because a developer couldn't build it and make make it happen. I will tell you that it is not the city's fault that we do not have low-income housing. And I will say every one of us as councilors have done and worked above and beyond to try to get any amount of money that we have to put in infrastructure, to incentivize people to come to our community and build low-income housing. The reason they don't come to our community and build low-income housing is twofold. Number one, low-income housing costs like $400,000 a unit. It has to be subsidized by the state of Oregon because builders can't build it and make a profit. And the world works on profit. So the only way for low-income housing to be built is to have a huge subsidy from the government, and it is very competitive to get that. We've been lucky. We got Cathedral Square, 55-unit low-income housing. We just qualified for another 50-unit low-income housing out at Allen Crossing. So we're working on it. We're doing everything we can and doing as many incentives as we can to get low-income housing here. But people will not come to this community and build apartment houses because they will never be able to get the rent it would cost to recover the cost of building. So until we can figure out how to do that, nobody's going to be just coming in and building low-income housing. I don't think this is low-income housing. I think it's housing. I think that a certain part of it will be used for the sports park, for people looking for activities and taking their kids there, and that's great. That's a good thing for our community. They're giving us transit lodging tax. They have criteria. They have it fenced off. They have lots of trees. I think that you're going to be surprised. And I will also go back to say that I am married to a developer, and I have lived my life with people saying, no, I do not want you to build an apartment building on those properties because that's where I take my dog for a walk. I mean, really? Well, I tell you what, the housing projects that he's built are housing a lot of people in this community right now. And nobody wanted those either. But there comes a point in time where you have to just know, if it meets the criteria, which this does, is on commercial land, 2 arterial streets, there have been traffic studies. I've worked with ODOT for a long time. And trust me, they know their stuff. And they're the ones who approve it. So if we don't have a reason other than we don't like it, we don't want it, Luba's just going to blow it right back in our faces and saying, you screwed up. So we are tied to the laws, and the law says it's being put in the right place, it's followed all the rules of the city, and so I have to go along with that.
Brian is on the phone.
Thank you. I'll try to keep my comments brief. I appreciate the work that Mr. Yonser put into the presentation and alleviating concerns. I agree with Rob that the traffic count, I'm not 100% confident that, the use category fits what reality will be for the site, even though technically it does meet the criteria. Long-term planning for the city, the 4th bridge is going to be going right near there, and that's going to be a major arterial and a major intersection. And, it's, in one councilor's opinion, not a great fit to have an RV park there for future development of the city. And I would even go so far as to say that maybe council needs to have a discussion about the appropriateness of approving RV parks in the city limits at this point. We have so little land, and we do need housing, and it's a stretch to call this housing, but you can. So I don't know that we should be approving any new RV parks in the city, and we should be prioritizing permanent housing and not, RVs that degrade and go down in value over time. Thank you.
Joel and then Rob.
So I'll try to be brief also. I appreciate everybody coming, and I appreciate the preparation on the part of the applicant and the committee that looked at it. What I heard, this is what I heard. Yonser said he is going to do background checks. Yonser said that tents will not be permitted. I didn't hear him talk about the age of the RVs, but I'm sure he can consider that as well. The existing code, we talk about not approving it because the existing code isn't valid. Well, the existing code is valid. It's in place. And we talked about having development occur and encouraging development, and it has to be done with the existing code. What else is a developer going to go by? What the council thinks they need to do but has never done? I mean, that is a catch-22. So I think it's fairly simple. And I would ask Mr. Yonser to consider putting on an age of the vehicles. That's up to him. And I think that's where we're at legally.
Rob?
Actually, Joel, you could actually ask DJ to amend his motion to include that, the lack of tents. Also, for someone that's likely to vote yes on it, I would also suggest that you include a requirement for registration and insurance. Otherwise, essentially, without that, I mean, we know what we've seen around town and what could be rolling in that place. And, well, the city attorney said that we actually could ask, thank you, I'm responding to Dwayne talking in my ear. He said we could ask Mr. Yonser to do that. We may not be able to hold him to it, but we could ask him. Thank you, Dane. You know, I want to respond to what Brian said, you know, that he's not confident that the traffic generated is in the right category. And frankly, the councilors should be confident that it will not fit the trip count, because that's what the traffic engineer actually said, that it's likely, and I quoted it earlier, for anyone that read the packet, it's in there. No councilors seem to be believing that that's actually in the packet, or believing the traffic engineer, or believing what Mr. Yonser said. So I would really, you know, I'm amazed that people are not confident that the traffic will exceed what the classification is, because it says it from the traffic engineer right in our packet. But I would ask someone who's likely to vote yes on this thing to ask for insurance and registration along with no tents, because anything other than that is not what the public wants. It's not in the best interest of the public. In the long term, it's probably not in the best interest of Mr. Yonser either. But Joel, you may want to ask DJ to amend his motion. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion? Joel?
Well, I'm a little bit confused, and it's probably due to my own ignorance. I know with my RV, the insurance on my truck covers the RV, and it's a state law that I have to have insurance on my vehicle. And so my RV is automatically covered by that insurance. I suppose there could be insurance that wouldn't cover it or not, but I don't know. But if it's already a state law that you have to have insurance on your vehicle, and that insurance then covers your RV.
Is there any further discussion? All right. Not seeing any further discussion. DJ, you made the motion to affirm the UAPC decision to approve the major site plan. How do you vote?
Yes.
Brian?
No.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Rob?
No.
Dwayne?
Yes.
Valor?
Yes.
Motion passes 6-2. Let's take a 5-minute recess. All right, looks like we are back on the TV screen, so let's go ahead and get started. At this time, let me find the right words here. At this time, I'll open the public hearing to consider an appeal of the Historic Building and Sites Commission's decision to deny the request for a historic district mural review. We will begin the hearing with a staff report, followed by a presentation by the applicant, statements by persons in favor of the application, statements by persons in opposition to the application, and an opportunity for additional comments by the applicant and staff. After that has occurred, the public comment portion will be closed and the matter will be discussed and acted upon by the council. Is there anyone present who wishes to challenge the authority of the council to hear this matter? Do any councilors wish to abstain from participating in this hearing or declare a potential conflict of interest? Are there any councilors who wish to disclose discussions, contacts, or other ex parte information they have received prior to this meeting regarding the application? In this hearing, the decision of the council will be based upon specific criteria which are set forth in the code. All testimony which apply in this case are noted in the staff report. If you would like a copy of the report, please write that on a note to the city manager and one will be provided. It is important to remember, if you fail to raise an issue with enough detail to afford the council and parties an opportunity to respond to the issue, you will not be able to appeal based on that issue. The hearing will now proceed with a report from staff.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, members of the public. Bradley Clark, Community Development. As you stated, Mayor, the application before you tonight is an appeal of a decision by the Historical Building and Sites Commission. The project numbers are there on the screen. There's an appeal and an original application for a mural review. The appellant tonight is Diane Dahlgren. So the summary is related to a historic district mural review on 2 buildings that face the public alley that connects the Beaver parking lot to Northwest 6. There's a couple of maps that we'll follow here. Relationship to your council goals is the facilitating sustainable and manageable growth by offering appeal applications that give an opportunity for continuous citizen participation in the decision-making process. So the proposal impacts 2 separate buildings, both of which are in the Central Business District, 217 Southeast 6th Street and 125 Southeast G Street. This is the alley side of both of those buildings. The Historical Building and Sites Commission, and I'll just use HBSC, they have there's a district mural review application that was submitted for those 2 buildings on the alley facing walls that connect the Beaver parking lot Northwest 6th. Both buildings are located in the local historic district and the Central Business District boundaries. The proposed murals are part of the alley beautification project. This was commissioned by the City of Grants Pass to beautify the city as a whole and to attract attention to downtown alleyways, to activate them by drawing positive attention, creativity, and arts and culture. Here's a timeline for this application. I won't go through each one of those, but it essentially started in January of this year when the HBSC review received, the city received the application. The public hearing at the HBSC was February, and then you can see the appeal application was received on April 10th, and then we have the appeal hearing tonight. The 120-day action expires on May 18th, so you do need to make a decision as a body by that date. So the appellant is appealing the March 14th decision of HBSC to deny that application for a historic district mural review. The appellant is asking the council to overturn the decision of HBSC to deny a mural that COPA, Committee on Public Art, proposed. So here on the screen behind me, in the middle is the aerial. 6th Street is on the left part of the screen, and then G Street is here in the middle. The 2 yellow are the two buildings that we're talking about tonight. 217 Southeast 6th Street. That is the coin and jewelry store. And then the 125 Southeast G Street faces G Street here. That's the G Street Bar and Grill building. And then the city's Beaver parking lot is right adjacent to that. So here on the left of this screen is a view from the sidewalk on 6th Street looking at the back of the 217 Southeast 6th Street building. And then on the right is looking down the alleyway just outside the Beaver parking lot there. So we wanted to include this table for you just to be clear on the process for murals and what it requires in the code to do a mural in the historic district. Towards the bottom of the table, you can see the section of murals. So this comes out of Article 13. And you can see on the far right side is a type 3. A type 3 is a hearing at the Historical Building Sites Commission. And murals, new murals are in that category. So that is why the application was submitted, because if you're within the historic district boundaries and you want to do a new mural, you have to go to HBSC first. So that is the reason why the application was filed in the way it was. So the next two slides will show you what COPA submitted to HBSC. And again, there are two different murals being proposed. They are in your packet. This is the one on the Southeast 6th Street building. And then this is a different mural proposed for the 125 Southeast G Street building. So what are the criteria that HBSC has to use in order to approve murals? Those come out of section 13.452. There are 6 of them. The bottom 3 really are not applicable in this particular case. Those are focused on structures. If you're doing some kind of work on a building, doing some kind of modification on a structure. But the first 3 are very applicable to this project, and those are the ones that were focused on by HBSC. Complies with the applicable development standards, complies with the purpose of section 13.411, and then the general compatibility of the signage, exterior design, etc. You will see HBSC's review of those in your packet, and then Diane's application, the appellant application, also addressed those in detail. So the decision of the commission was unanimous, and they came back and found that based on the testimony given at the hearing and the staff report, the proposal does not meet the criteria based on the reasons. This is on page 161. And the appellant's argument for their appeal is on pages 190 through 194. So again, the council tonight is essentially being asked to look at, did the Historical Building and Sites Commission correctly review those criteria and make findings that would support a denial? If they're not applicable, you can support that as well, but there has to be a finding that all of the criteria that are applicable are in fact met. So the call to action, there really is no cost implication on this. We've put call to action date May 1. As I mentioned earlier, May 18th is technically the last day that the city can issue a decision. So you, in theory, would have your next meeting to move this to if you had to. The options for you tonight are on the screen. You can affirm HBSC's decision to deny. You can affirm, or you can amend HBSC's decision. You can reverse their decision, or as I mentioned, continue.
Thank you, Brad. Rob, you have a question?
Brad, did I read correctly that it's the staff's opinion that the appeal should be granted? Did I read that right?
So staff typically does not take any position on an appeal. That is really, you have the facts before you from the applicant, you have the facts before you from appellants, and that's your decision. Now, what is in the packet is the staff report to HBSC that did recommend approval.
Okay, so at this point, the way we have it now is that the staff is still, well, staff recommended approval. So the staff felt that the criteria were met.
Well, yes, we did
Okay.
make that finding. That is in essence moot, because what's before you tonight is an appeal of a HBSC decision, so they did not go with staff's recommendation.
Okay. So can I ask staff, or you or staff, questions about how you felt the criteria were met? Because I'm trying to figure out if they're met or not met. And it seems to be your opinion that they were met, the criteria were met. So I mean, I have some questions about, you know, why you feel that way. So, for instance, the art, page 177 in the packet, I think fourth paragraph from the bottom, B. The artwork specifically on the building on Southeast 6th Street complies by highlighting the city's and county's historic and cultural heritage by the clothing each dog is wearing. This safeguards the aesthetic and cultural heritage by depicting to locals and visitors different eras and times that that contributed to shaping the city's future. And I'm just wondering, like, what clothing are the animals wearing that would be any different than clothing from, we'll say, Gettysburg or Walla Walla, Washington, or Brattleboro, Vermont? Like, how is any of that specific to Grants Pass, or make people think of Grants Pass in a prideful way? Or can you explain that?
No, I can't explain your specific question, but what I can give you is the position that staff takes on the majority of HBSC applications. So there is a level of subjectivity in the criterion for HBSC items that you do not find in a traditional land use application. In fact, if you read the beginning of the criterion section in the land use section, it's very mandatory that you have to meet these criterion. In the criterion for Article 13, it says that you shall consider. That's the language for the criterion in Article 13. So there is, by design, I think, an intent that the commission, which you have appointed, which is your experts in historic preservation, to grant them the majority of the ability to interpret and to enforce the ordinance. So there are some jurisdictions which actually go so far as to say, staff, you will not actually make a formal recommendation to your Historic Preservation Commission because of that level of subjectivity, and because most of the time the experts in that topic are the people that you appointed to the commission. Now, there are cities that have experts in historic preservation. We are not one of those. So yes, we did recommend approval, but there is a lot of expectation when we do that, that HBSC will review and analyze and could potentially disagree and overturn. And that's why the ultimate decision is really up to them.
So after the HBSC denied it, the staff has not essentially, given whatever input the HBSC provided at that time, the staff has not looked at it again through both lenses, the COPA lens and the HBSC lens, and at that point, the staff has not made a recommendation after considering.
That's
HBSC.
correct.
Thank you.
Council, do you have other questions? Valerie?
Yeah, I just have a question about the owners of the buildings. On one of them, I have Property Keller Trust for the 125 Southeast G, and for the 217 Southeast 6, the builder is Brandon K. Johnson. Am I correct that those are the building
Correct.
owners? Okay. So,
Yep.
all right.
Yep, and the original application that was submitted does have the planning application form, and it has the signature of both of those owners on there.
Okay, thank you.
Brad, I know we have a number of murals around town, and a lot of them do have a historical theme, but are there any requirements for our murals in the city? That they be of a certain theme, I guess, or color palette, or?
There are not. No, we do not have a distinct section in our code which is just talking about murals. We have a section that talks about signs in the historic district, and then we have the criterion that if you are going to propose a project, those are the 6 criterion that you have. But no, there are no other mural-specific standards or criteria.
Okay, and then within the within that historic district downtown, I guess what I'm seeing here is that the HBSC has a fair amount of discretion to interpret whether or not something is compatible with the historic business district, but we don't have assigned themes or color palettes or anything real specific criteria within that area. Either it's at the discretion of the HBSC.
Yeah, there is a section that talks about color. There's a section that talks about materials. There's a section that talks about a few other standards that are related to windows and things like that. But they're not applicable in this case because we're talking about the murals. Now, I do think that the color palette would be something that you could look at and that HBSC could look at, which the HBSC's findings said that since they did not find the mural itself to be compatible, then they didn't really go on to talk about color, because the color really only follows if they supported the mural being approved.
But I guess the compatibility is at their discretion. There's not a written standard for what era we're trying to match or anything like that.
That's correct.
Because buildings are built at different times as well, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Valerie and then Rob?
I do have a question. I have questions. It seemed to me that the COPA, the Arts Commission, did go and bring the mural first, and then that they did change the color palette to make it to where it was, and they added the clothing. Am I correct? So
you are correct. There was a couple of iterations where COPA approached HBSC and had some conversation, and then the artist Melissa did go and make some amendments to the art, which I think the appellant can probably speak more to than myself.
Okay, thank you.
Rob?
So, Brad, I'm a little confused. So, your answer to Sarah's explanation is that there was really no requirements, and yet the criteria for approval, talks about the city and county's historic and cultural heritage by blah, blah, blah. So, I'm not sure. It seems like we're talking out of both sides of our mouth here. I don't understand. Criteria for approval, require some historic tie-in, and then you're saying it doesn't require that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I certainly didn't intend to say that.
I don't know. Maybe again, I'm confused about it. Maybe I could be wrong. No, that's kind of the way I heard it. It just seems like we've got two different parallel worlds here. I'm not sure.
I think part of the confusion Brad touched on before, but I think I don't know if it was highlighted enough. Going from the type of process that you just went through with the previous agenda item to this one is really night and day. There are general guidelines, but nothing specific. It is extremely much more subjective and provides for a lot more flexibility in what is determined as historic or what is determined as, so you've got a very broad perspective on what it was. And so that's sort of what Brad was saying, you rely on, or some cities rely on the HBSC to have the official word on that, and sometimes doesn't even provide staff an opportunity to make a recommendation. because there's so much subjectivity written into this, and that's what you're struggling with. I get the struggle, Councilor Pell and the other council members, because you've gone from something that's pretty easy, black and white, you know, and to now something that is extremely broad that gives you just general categories.
But to be clear, there are the 6 criteria that we mentioned on the slide, and those, you know, those are there. It's just as the city manager said, the content of those criteria has much more opportunity for the decision-making body to interpret that.
Yeah, I guess it would be my understanding that the HBSC is determining whether or not something is compatible with our historic district, but there's no requirement that the artwork be historic somehow in nature. So it's determining the historic compatibility or the compatibility of the district.
Well, you can interpret that any way you want, Sarah, but B, criteria B, I don't believe your summation is consistent with criteria B, where it says highlighting the cities and counties' historic and cultural heritage. I don't know. Anyway, you and I have different opinions there.
Okay, is there any further questions for Brad? Okay, let's have, is there somebody from COPA or on behalf of the mural planning to speak tonight? You have 10 minutes.
First of all, I'd like to thank the mayor and the council members for allowing me the opportunity to speak on behalf of COPA. I appreciate that you're taking out your valuable time.
Can you please state your name for us?
In your busy schedule, just to hear my speech.
If you can please state your name.
Okay. My name is Diane Dahlgren. I'm one of the current co-chairs of COPA. And I've been a volunteer for COPA for 2.5 years. And I have been a member of this community my entire life. I was born and raised here. So I'm quite familiar with the changes that Grants Pass has made to the community. And I think that the city has really put a lot of effort into making this community a better place for its citizens to live in and to conduct business in, and also for out-of-town tourists to come and visit. One of the completely positive things that I think that the city has made a commitment to is to incorporate public art within the city boundaries, and especially in the downtown business corridor. I think it's safe to say that the city has promoted public art extremely well over the last 2 decades. And one way that has accomplished this goal is it developed the city, or the Committee on Public Art, back in 2002. And the goal of the COPA was to develop visual arts, performing arts, and art education in Grants Pass. So Grants Pass is now known as an art hub, and I think it's because so many people, so many businesses, and the city council has embraced public art and the idea of promoting it. Back in March 2019, COPA was tasked with the alley activation and beautification project by the city council. This project focuses on 3 alleyways in the downtown corridor, and the goal is to transform them into usable and enjoyable public spaces to help create a vibrant commercial district, embracing downtown activities and creating safe spaces. One alleyway has already been completed, and it was completed just after I joined COPA, and now a second alleyway is in the process of being completed if the council approves the appeal. In December 2022, COPA put out a request for proposal for the alley beautification project to the art community, and we received several proposals. All of the proposals were good, but one that stood out from the rest was Melissa Giglieri's dog's mural. Everyone on the committee was delighted with her proposal, and in fact, we unanimously voted her proposal as our #1 choice. Since the selfie mural was going to be in the historical district, we wanted to collaborate with HBSC regarding the proposal, and so we took Melissa's draft to a commission meeting on June 15th, 2023, and shared it with the members. The proposal was shot down. At that time, only the chair of HBSC spoke, and he stated that he didn't like the proposal because he felt it wasn't historically relevant to Grants Pass. So the results of the HBSC meeting were discussed at the next COPA meeting, and it was decided that the alley subway or subcommittee would set up a meeting with HBSC to try to determine specifically what the commission would like COPA to incorporate in the mural to make it more historically significant. I was personally very excited about the meeting because I thought we would come away with many different ideas that we could ask the artists to incorporate into the mural design. But that's not what happened. Instead, we were told over and over that they just didn't like the use of dogs in the mural, that the mural didn't speak Grants Pass, that it was going to be painted on the wrong side of the alleyway because it wouldn't be seen by people driving by the alleyway. It wasn't meant to be seen by people driving by. It was meant to be seen by pedestrians and to be a beautiful pathway that led from the parking lot to the downtown corridor. I left the meeting very disappointed because I genuinely thought that the meeting with HBSC would be productive. But soon after that meeting, the subcommittee met with the artist, and she took all the information we gave her and made changes to the mural by adding period-specific clothing to the animals in it. Her changes highlighted many different historical and cultural aspects about Grants Pass, Josephine County, Oregon, and the nation. When I first saw Melissa's changes, I was elated. I felt that she not only met the requirements by making the mural historically and culturally significant, but she actually went above and beyond by adding very defined and elaborate details to the clothing. However, when I presented Melissa's final proposed mural to the HBSC on February 8th, 2024, the only formal hearing about the mural, it was denied. HBSC members said that they simply didn't like dogs, and they didn't see the historical relevance of dogs being painted on the alleyway walls in downtown Grants Pass. They also said that the mural did not meet any of the criteria for the historic district. I totally disagree. I think that the mural does meet the criteria, items under 13.452. I stated all of those reasons in my appeal, and so I don't really want to reiterate them. However, I will answer questions if people have questions. But I really feel HBSC missed the mark when it denied the mural being installed in the alleyways. Maybe dogs aren't relevant to the HBSC members, but they certainly are relevant to the average American. Americans are obsessed with their pets, especially with their dogs. 70% of Americans have pets, and most of these pets are dogs. Dogs are cherished companions to Americans, and they offer us unwavering loyalty, unconditional love, and emotional support. So don't tell me that dogs aren't important to the citizens of Grants Pass. What makes Grants Pass any different from the rest of our nation? I don't think it is. I think Melissa's dog murals is a perfectly wonderful way to celebrate our love for pets, and I love how she honored our community's history by adding period-specific historical and cultural clothing to the mural. These additions make the selfie mural totally relevant to Grants Pass. Melissa will use pre-approved historical colors in her mural, and she will do a tremendous job for us. She painted the ducks mural on a building on G Street, and that's a beautiful mural. There's no reason to think whatsoever that her dog's mural won't be as equally as beautiful. What I don't understand is why we have bears wearing clothing all over town, but we can't have dogs on a mural. We have bears carrying sleeping pads and backpacks, a one-legged pirate bear with his monkey, a bear in khaki shorts wearing a sweatshirt, carrying a Dutch Bros cup. We have bears riding motorcycles, a Cameron Miranda bear with a hat filled with fruit. Yet we can't have dogs depicted in a selfie mural in an alleyway. It seems totally contradictory to me.
Thank you, Diane.
Okay, thank you. I do hope you'll vote in favor of the appeal.
Council, do you have any questions? Rob?
Anyway, first I'd like to, you thanked us for volunteering our time. I'd like to thank you for volunteering your time also.
Thank you.
Because I know that you're not getting paid a lot to stand there, I know that.
No, not at all.
Nor is anyone else who's on the committee or commission out there tonight. One question about, I guess the second mural, the one that is from G Street building. I blew it up on my computer screen at home and I tried to figure out the cat that's on the left end, it appears to be sitting on graffiti. Is that like intentional, or is that the way the final is going to be?
There's graffiti on that wall.
But is that the final plan, or is there anything, is that the final plan to?
I think what Melissa does when she paints a mural is that there's first a coat, like a primer, before she paints the actual mural. So she has to prep the wall before she paints the mural.
Okay, so this isn't necessarily the final look.
No, and none of that is the final look. It's just her draft of the mural.
Thank you.
So the final won't really be on until she actually does it.
Are there other questions? I guess on that same idea, I was wondering if you could, if you have the information to just describe to us like what each of these dogs is wearing or an era that they're representing?
Sure. Well, the Native American, the dog wearing the Native American clothing represents the Native Americans that have been here in our community for over 15,000 years. She researched, and the beadwork on that, I don't know what it would be called, but a shawl or vest, is similar to what the River Toquilma Indians wore. We have not met with them yet to ask for their input. However, we intend to if the appeal is approved. We didn't want to ask for input and take up their time when we didn't really even know if it was going to be approved. So I don't have it in front of me, so I'm going by memory.
We can change the slide. Can somebody flip the slide?
Okay, so you see there's a gold miner, and so that represents the gold prospectors from the 1850s. There's the German Shepherd wearing General Ulysses S. Grant's uniform. And that's because Grants Pass is named after Ulysses. It's the climate sign. That's because in 1920, that sign was, the original sign was erected. And to talk about our climate, because we do have really beautiful climate here. We have mild winters and just right summers. Let's see, there's the pioneer cat that represents the pioneers who came in 1840s. There's the caveman, the little dog that's a kind of like a caveman. That represents the men's group, the Oregon Caveman Club from the 1920s. There's also the bridge and the river, which that bridge is well known throughout Oregon because Mr. McCullough, who built the bridge or designed the bridge, he emphasized that bridges be structurally significant, strong, and beautiful. So we have bridges all over Oregon that he's designed, and other bridge designers have used his designs. And then, of course, the Caveman Bridge also goes over the Rogue River, which we're known for our Rogue River.
And on the other one?
And the other ones are not historically significant. We had two other, well, actually 4 other dogs. There were papa dogs with their child dog on a different wall, but that was Nick King's building, and he didn't want it there. But he no longer, I don't know if he still owns the building, but he's in the process of selling it. But one of those was a conductor of a locomotive and his puppy and his baby. And the other one was, I can't remember.
That's okay.
Sorry.
That helps. Some of this
Okay.
wasn't readily.
But they're not going to be used.
Obvious from the
Yeah.
small picture here. Okay.
So, okay.
Are there any other questions? Okay, thank you. And is there somebody from the HBSC who would like to speak? You also have 10 minutes.
I have 10 minutes?
Yes, you do.
Oh.
This is just for a HBSC presentation on why you denied the application.
That should be boring.
Okay.
Good evening. I think you already heard from Brad and saw on the slideshow that we have to deal with the development code and we have to follow the law. We are sworn in as commissioners, and so our guidelines basically go along with the state's guidelines and what the city council has adopted into the development code, and we have to go with that. And I heard some different information tonight than what was stated at the public hearing that we had back in February, including one of our commissioners, Nathan Miller, had asked if the artist was going to paint the background because he was looking at the rendering that you just saw on the screen, and I think seeing some of the same things that Councilor Pell pointed out. And we were basically told at the meeting that, as I recall, I think we were told that no, the background was not going to be painted any specific color. As far as colors, the Historic Commission does have a color palette, but we, as far as murals go, we try not to with that. We don't want to restrict the artist's, ability by restricting the colors. The historic palette does have a ton of colors. I mean, there's probably 100 colors on a historic palette, but we don't really want to restrict their colors. So the only thing that we really say as far as colors go would be not to use neon colors, just like it's not acceptable to use that on a building, to paint a building neon colors. Neon colors didn't exist in the old days. So, so there was some different information there. And also, I'm a little disappointed just because I know several years ago, Councilor Fazer had basically tried to encourage committees and commissions in the city to work together. And I know other councilors agreed with that. And in that spirit, I've tried very hard, as have other members on the Historic Commission, to work together with COPA. And in fact, one of the most successful projects that we've had was recently a collaboration between tourism, the HBSC, and COPA on the 2 sidewalk murals that are at the corner of 5th and H. And both of those are cultural murals. And so that's one thing. I mean, if there are any experts in this town as far as that kind of thing, that would be the HBSC, because we take it seriously. And for example, we had a subcommittee of COPA members and HBSC members to look at the proposed art for, first it was the Tacoma Tribe mural. And, we asked, has anybody checked with the tribe? And the COPA folks and the staff liaison for COPA said they hadn't been able to contact anyone with the tribes. So I made it a point of doing that, just like I did when we installed the memorial next to the Welcome Center for the 1920 Indian Marathon Run. And we wanted to make sure that whatever we do, whatever we approve is historically accurate and authentic and doesn't offend anyone. Some people think art, it's okay to offend, but not when it's public money. It should be done, it should be accurate, it should be correct, and it should be appropriate. And so those are the things we look at. And then, is there a connection with local history? And is that connection made in this mural, proposed mural? We felt that was a real stretch to say, because there's really nothing uniquely Grants Pass in anything in that mural other than the climate sign and the bridge, which is already on a number of other historic murals downtown. So the reason that we put this together, that I think everybody hopefully got one of these, is to show over the years, in the last several years, COPA and HBSC have discussed extensively art in the downtown, and COPA wanted to concentrate on wildlife and nature, local wildlife that is in our area here, which goes along great with the bears that Evergreen does. The bears are hugely popular, everybody loves them. And they aren't everywhere in the U.S. You don't see bears. So they are, part of our environment here. But the reason this was put together, if you look at the other murals in the downtown, all of which would have met the criteria for approval, I think this tells its own story, because all of these are basically unique to Grants Pass. Everything you look at on there. And with those sidewalk murals, anyway, the COPA, the original version, when I got a hold of a tribal representative who is the educational program director for the local tribes, and he looked at it and he found 5 things in the rendering that COPA had that were incorrect, culturally incorrect. And that a lot of people that know anything about Native American culture, and believe me, there's a ton of people that come into this town for our historic resources, and more, and they love the murals. And anyway, just as an example of that, when I talked to the tribal representative, there were teepees pictured in this mural as where the tribes lived. And in fact, the local tribes did not live in teepees, they lived in plank houses. So there were 5 items like that we pointed out that the artist, happily corrected. And so now anybody that looks at that mural cannot take offense to it. They can't argue with it because it's correct. Same thing with the smoke jumpers mural. That also was a collaboration between tourism, HBSC, and COPA. And again, there were some very inaccurate representations in the smoke jumpers mural, and I reached out and spoke with a gentleman who wasn't actually a smoke jumper, and he also worked or managed the Smoke Jumpers Museum in Cave Junction, and he said, yeah, there's some things in there that are inaccurate, that shouldn't be in there. So again, and it was the same artist who's really a good artist, the same artist that did the Tacoma tribe. And of course, she was totally responsive to that, and she made the necessary adjustments. So that's what we're here for, is to advise you. And I can tell you that in the last, years and years ago, there were many appeals that came to the council as a result of decisions that were made by the HBSC. But because we spent a couple of years back around 2015, 14, 15, we spent a couple of years working with staff and looking at other cities and so forth, and we came up with a really great list of guidelines, which means now that people don't have to pay this big fee to have an HBSC review. They can follow the guidelines and they can get it approved at the counter. But when it comes down to murals, the reason it's a type 3 is because, I think if you agree that our downtown is attractive, not only is it attractive and bringing a lot of people to the city, the other thing is it's genuine and it's authentic and it's correct and it's appropriate. And we just, the entire group, the entire commission just did not see, anything locally unique or significant about the elements of this mural or how they tie together to local history. So I appreciate this opportunity to speak, and I think this kind of speaks for itself and kind of tells a story pictorially. But if you have any questions about it, but I would say that if you like the way downtown looks, and if you think we've done a good job, and by the way, Diane didn't say it tonight, but when she spoke to us in February, she told us that she thought that HBSC had done a tremendous job with downtown and guiding the artwork and, what's going on in the downtown. And I also noticed a letter from Hyla Lipson where she made the same comment at the end of her letter, that HBSC has done a really good job. So if you like the way downtown looks and you appreciate what we do, and you respect what we do, hopefully you will look at this very carefully and, compare it and then affirm our decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ward. Council, do you have any questions? Rob?
Yeah, thanks, Ward. So looking at the sheets you're talking about with all the different murals, I think I understand where it says many of these were approved or whatever. I'm trying to figure out what is the relevance. There's 2 here that one of them is probably, 80 years old. I'm sure you could probably tell me the exact year, but one of them, the owl, and the other one, I'm sure you can tell me the exact year of that one too, because it was, you had it commissioned and you built the Pepsi-Cola for 5 cents. I'm just wondering what is the relevance of those, because they were prior to any approval process or anything like that. I'm just want to know why those made those.
Okay, sure. So the owl mural is what they call a ghost mural, and it's very, very old. And it was ghost murals in towns that save their murals, they're very much valued, ghost murals, because they are such an important part of history. And that one actually, at one time, was very badly defaced, and it was extensively restored, graffiti, someone put graffiti all over it. The reason it's on there is just to show, again, that it's, you know, it's our history. And so the thing at the top, the sentence at the top where I said all of these either were or would have been approved by HPSC, and all would meet the criteria for approval. So that's why I said would have been, yes, the owl mural would have been. And the Pepsi mural I actually had put on that building, although it looks, you know, 70 years old now because it's faded. But I actually had that put on the building. At that time, we didn't have a historic, we didn't have any review of murals, but we did have a historic commission, and they said no. And the city said, no, you can't put that up there because it's advertising. And so I did my homework, and I gathered dozens of pictures in Grants Pass and other cities that had Coca-Cola murals on every downtown. There was a big Coca-Cola or Pepsi-Cola mural. And so it's advertising history. And so ultimately we ended up having a joint meeting, which I've never seen done before, of the Historic Commission, which I was not on at the time. It was very early 90s. The Historic Commission, the Planning Commission, and the Council. And at that meeting, at that joint meeting, they approved the Pepsi mural because it was historic. And so that's why they're on there, and they both would have met our criteria and would have been approved. And all the other ones that you look at, there's the one by the former mayor, which doesn't really have a title, but I know everybody would know where it was if I call it the Powderhorn mural. All of those would have been approved. And yeah. Any other questions on that?
Valerie.
Valerie?
Yeah, I do have a question, because it seems to me that the garden mural, which was down on 4th and G.
Which one?
The garden mural, which is
Yes.
on 4th and G, on the corner of 4th and G,
Right.
on that building right there. I'm not sure that of the historical significance of that one, and I think that also came before approvals happened, am I correct? And the same with the Powderhorn. I've heard that it would not have been approved because of the colors that were used, because it's not the historic.
I don't know, maybe, you know, I can't really tell in that you know, that pickup possibly is a neon color, but from what I'm looking at in this rendering here, I would say it would have been approved. Yeah, you know, like I said, there's historic palettes have, every paint company has their own historic palette, and it's hard to find a color you want to use that's not in that palette. So I think it would have been approved in the garden mural. The reason that we approved that was because of our historic connection to agriculture. A lot of people don't realize, you know, how important agriculture was to Grants Pass and the development of the town, but it was very, very important. And so we felt that kind of honored, you know, our agricultural past, and we definitely we did approve it, actually. That one did come before us.
Are there any other questions?
You know, it really is the lack of, I think, in the dog mural, everybody on the commission likes dogs. And this is not a situation of, we don't like this art. You know, that's not the situation. The situation is it just did not meet our criteria of being somehow locally significant.
Thank you, Ward. We don't have any other additional questions, so I'm going to let other people from the audience speak. Is there anyone who would like to speak in support of the application for this mural? And please state your name and let us know whether or not you live in the city.
I'm Deanna Morris, and I live in Grants Pass. I'm an artist. I studied art for several decades, and I moved here to be with my family. I've been on COPA for about 6 years, and I worked on the alley activation project, where we're trying to get people to come to an alley, look deeply into the alley, experience the space, and then record their presence in an Instagram-worthy selfie. That was the alley activation project. I did want to mention, I was on the same task force as Ward where we did the smoke jumpers and the Tacoma mural that was Cape Holland. It wasn't a COPA project. That was a task force of the tourism, and there were members from COPA and HBSC and the public, I think, that were on that force, and it made it sound a little bit like it was a COPA project that had problems, and that wasn't the case. I also wanted to mention that one of the two buildings in this alley actually is not, has opted out of the historic district, and we could have just done the mural on that white building without any approval at all, had we wanted to. But when I helped write the appeal, one of the things that struck me was when I listened to the presentation to HBSC, it seemed to me all I heard was people were saying that they didn't really like dogs, and they didn't think that dogs belonged in art history or in art. And if you Google art history and dogs, you'll find dogs all over the place. Before I referenced this one, which is the dogs playing poker mural, but since then, I found out that in our Elks Lodge basement, we have this piece called Bar Hounds. So, and I'll show this to other people here too, because I also don't know what Ward was showing, but so I'm just saying, dogs have a big presence in public art. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wanted to speak on behalf of the mural?
Hi, my name is Melissa Gillieri, and I live in Jacksonville, but I'm the artist that COPA chose back in December of 2022 for this project. And the RFP originally stated that they wanted something fun and playful for the alley that would draw people in. And at the time, I had just finished working on a mural in Hawthorne Park with dogs. And I did several murals there, but I noticed while I was still working on it that that was the one that drew people in the most. Everybody loved it. People with dogs would take pictures with it, and even just people walking by. So I thought it would be a really good idea for an alley that's not utilized, where you want people to use it more and draw people in, then that would be something fun. And at the time, with RFP, there was nothing mentioned about anything historical. It was just supposed to be fun. So I since have worked with COPA and done many, many designs, and you haven't even seen all of them because I've used all the buildings or just a couple buildings, but I've spent hours and hours trying to create something that's more historical. And if I could just get specifics on what to see, that would have been awesome, but I kind of had to just do some research about the history of Grants Pass and kind of figure it out for myself, because it just seemed like the problem wasn't really with the historical thing, it was with the dogs. So I don't know, I've spent a lot of time over the last year or so, and yeah, that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Was there?
Got a question for her?
Okay, we have a question.
Hi. Thank you. So you could probably, you're the one that can settle this. We got two different answers, and I'm not, it's easy to answer for you.
Okay.
So we've heard tonight that there was some representation that the background is the way it is, it wasn't going to be changed. Then I had the question about the cat that's sitting on the graffiti. Like, what's the deal there? What's your plan? Or
Well, so the graffiti, it's just I photoshopped, I took a photo of the wall, and the wall had graffiti on it already. And so when I didn't bother taking it out when I put the animals on there. But when I paint the actual mural, the background will be a solid color, and the graffiti won't be there. I'll cover over it. And I just didn't want to do a busy background because I wanted the focus to be on the dogs and then maybe some like pictures on the wall. But the graffiti will be gone. So, all right, thank you.
Was there anyone else who wanted to speak in support of the mural?
Hi. My name is Cal Kenny. Excuse me. I'm co-chair of COPA. I've been on COPA a long time. I was on the Art Advisory Committee before it was COPA, up from the initial time until I was voted out, then I got voted back in. Anyway, by the way, just for the heck of it, like Deanna spoke here, she's being very modest. She's a world traveler. She taught art for 30-something years on a university level. And she goes around the world and she hits the art museums all over. She was in Germany last week. I mean, it's interesting. And Melissa, too, she just got a $100,000 project in Medford to do. I mean, these people are being modest. Anyway, I had some thoughts this morning. I came, this is to Kilma Land. This building's on right now, was to Kilma Land, okay? And they had dogs, folks. That's what my little research got today, was that they had dogs, okay? And now for the presentation. COPA plans to create a visual respite that is fun, drawing attention to likable canine entities of daily life draped in nostalgia. An invitation to a double take. We encounter each day historical and contemporary, whimsical and commonplace, new and used, color and black and white, blue hair and brown hair, young and old, smiles and frowns. These variances are intrinsic in all parts of our town and add flavor to the impression. A family from Lebanon, Oregon is walking down 6th Street. The little boy tugs at his father's pant leg. He points down the alley and says, "Look, Daddy, doggies." Now that is fun. Thank you.
Cal, thank you. No. Rick, we could use 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock.
I'd like to make a motion to extend the meeting past 9 o'clock.
Thank you. Seconded by Valerie. All in favor of extending the meeting past 9 o'clock? Say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. Is there anybody else who wanted to speak on behalf of the mural? Okay. Is there anyone who wants to speak in on behalf of HBSC or in opposition to the mural?
Now it's my turn. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I'm Terry Collins Bain. I'm a small business owner downtown next to where the mural is going in. I'm also an HBSC member, and I am on the steering committee to help revitalization of Grants Pass downtown. So I have a vested interest on everything that's going on. I really wanted to say, as an HPSC member, I was afforded the opportunity to be on the task force with COPA and tourism and members of the public for the 5th and H sidewalk mural art. And I have to say that was a really, really interesting and welcoming experience for me. We were able to work together to create some beautiful, accurate, well-executed, publicly loved art. I mean, so loved that the Tacoma tribes came down and did a whole blessing on it, which I thought was absolutely magical. So I know that we can all work together. I really do. So I'm just going to go on record. I'm a 2-dog owner, by the way. Love my dogs. They're my babies. It's not the dogs that we didn't like. We all love dogs. There's not a member on the committee that said, I don't like that art because it had dogs in it. But I did find that the business owners and the property owners from the alleyway where the art was proposed, all the way to H Street, none of them were in favor of it. It wasn't where it was supposed to be proposed because the building owner, Nick King, didn't want it there. So we're going to flip it to a side that's not visible, that nobody really wants, and I think that we could come up with something better that would be more true to Grants Pass, and that we could be proud of, and the community could be proud of what we've done, not only as a city, but as the public and as a HBSC member. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sandy Rourke. I'm a resident of Grants Pass. I feel horrible speaking about this because I am an artist also, and I hate and say anything about anybody else's artwork. But when I did see either one of the murals, I didn't see anything that jumped out that said Grants Pass. And I noticed that a lot of the murals here in Grants Pass jumps out with something Grants Pass. So I had maybe an idea of possibly maybe putting in some mountains, the Road River, or something in the background that shows when you look at it, you see Grants Pass. But it's beautiful. The dogs are amazing. The artwork is amazing. But I just didn't see Grants Pass. So I'm sorry for...
Is there anyone else who wanted to speak on this?
Hello, I'm Danielle. I own Gigi Sugar Plums Bake Shop downtown. I'm also on the steering committee to revitalize downtown and a member of the HBSC Commission. I have a little bit of a different take than what's been talked about tonight. I am also an artist, and I've also have animals and have had rescues for dogs and cats. I also, in 2003, owned the first dog bakery in Southern Oregon, so dogs are not an issue for me. What is an issue for me is, if you're looking at the pictures, that they all look unhappy, that they're all angry-looking dogs, except for the happy German or golden retriever, I think that's in there. All the dogs and cats don't have happy, inviting, welcoming expressions. They're just standing there staring at you. It doesn't feel inviting or welcoming at all. I think that's why I chose not to approve it, is because it didn't give that welcome to Grants Pass feel to it. I also feel that the historic references were very lost, not only to locals, but to visitors alike. You know, you'd have to explain it to everybody, and not everybody's gonna understand why each animal is dressed the way they are for our town. So basically, you know, I thought that something more conducive to our town, the river, our wildlife, our outdoor lifestyle, things that we do here in Grants Pass would have been more welcoming. I just don't feel like the expressions and body languages that the dogs are in this design are very welcoming for our downtown historic district.
Thank you. Is there anybody else who wanted to speak on this? Okay. Does the applicant, being COPA, have any final comments? No? Okay. In that case, does staff have any final comments? No. Okay. The public portion is now closed, and the matter is before the council for your consideration. Joel.
Well, one thing that I heard was everybody likes the alley art projects. And I heard no one say take away the art projects for the alley. So regardless of how this comes out, and I hope people don't perceive it, regardless of how it comes out as winners and losers, we need to beautify our alleys, and it's a good program. So I want to start off with that. The second thing is HBSC has been at this a long time. The people there are amazing in their knowledge of history. Some of them are lived it, like Arden. And I don't hope I didn't insult her. But yeah. But no, she's a very nice person. But and I know it's awful hard to supersede the judgment of people like that. I know when I was testifying in federal court, the judge would never question my interpretation of environmental damage or whatever, because that was what I was an expert in. And he would not substitute his judgment for my judgment. And it's awful hard to substitute my judgment on the historic aspects of downtown for the Historic Commission. We need to respect that as well. But I also want to say thank you for COPA for trying to fulfill this, and as we move forward, regardless of how this turns out, it's a job that needs to be done, and it's going to enhance our town. So thank you.
Valerie, then Rob.
Yeah, this is a hard one because I respect both sides, and I've worked with both sides. And so it makes it very, when they said earlier, do you want to push yourself out of it because you have a conflict? It's just like, well, yeah, I do. I think we all do. We've all worked with all of these people, and they're all worthy, and they all do a good job, and we appreciate what the Historic Sites has done in the downtown area. I don't think anybody doubts and pushes that aside. But I would like to say that I was on the original committee I went through the whole blue zone thing of alley activation. And I really think that what we're really trying to do is just get people to walk around downtown and take the time to go through the alleyways and take their time to look at the art. And I've always had a little bit of issue with a little bit of the historic. I appreciate our downtown and the historic part of it, but I also always question whose history are we looking at? Because, I'm not a back to the 50s gal. I'd like to do something for the 60s because that was my generation. And so it becomes one of those things. It's all subjective. It's all subjective. I get left out unless I want to start something myself. But one of the big things we were aiming for is whimsical. And so personally, I like the whimsy of putting something a little different downtown, because you're not trying to get people going down 6th Street. I hope they're not looking at murals as they're driving down 6th Street, or we're going to have major traffic issues. But I want people to stop, and I want people to go through the park, and I love dogs, and I love the whimsy. And I think the artist is here. She's put her heart and soul into it. She's jumped through hoops that she had no idea when she first got involved she was going to have to jump through. And I'm sure she will do a good job, because she's an artist, and she's proven herself to be a good artist. So I'm going to move to reverse the HBSC's decision dated March 14th, 2024, and approve the mural review application.
Is there a second? Seconded by Vanessa. Discussion on the motion? Vanessa, then Rob, then Dwayne.
I do support your motion. I was going to ask if you wouldn't mind amending to the second motion with an amended condition, just asking that the Tequilma tribe is consulted.
Yes, and I will amend it to that.
I second that.
Thank you. Rob.
So, I guess because this is such a unique situation, it almost seems as though with one city committee and commission disagreeing like this, it's unusual. But I really thought, I'm a little bit surprised at my fellow councilors for supporting this, because I thought we, at least initially, were supposed to look at criteria. And we did hear tonight that, from Diane, I believe, that the second mural, the one it's on the graffiti box, the one that's on G Street side, the back of the G Street building, we heard that one, there was really no, I believe I heard, that there was actually no attempt of historic on that one, if I heard that correctly. So if we're going by criteria, I'm not really sure how we can support this appeal. Number one, I don't know. I have a memory, and I guess that's what we're supposed to be doing, I guess. I mean, we can vote on whether or not we like the art, which I guess seems to be what those two councilors are saying, because the criteria aren't there. I have to admit that I didn't notice until it was mentioned tonight that the dogs don't look happy. And it's just, I look at, especially the one with the German Shepherd, and with that, through that lens, I look at it and it looks like a police lineup. I mean, they're not happy. Now, not to say all dogs have to be happy, but that was an interesting catch that I didn't see, and that's, I guess, an artist's eye. But I'm still kind of stuck on the criteria, and I will say that it sounds as though, when we hear from the artist, that the city, us, either economic development or the council or whoever, did a really poor job of communicating what the expectations were in the beginning. If after the fact the artist was told that, oh yeah, it's going in the historic district and it needs to have historic flavor and tie-in and all that stuff, and for that matter, it should have tie-in to Grants Pass. For her not to know that is just really poor communication on the city's part. and I apologize for that, because it really sounds like that's what happened. But I just don't, going by the criteria, which I guess is what we're supposed to be doing, I'm not even, with one of them, not even, with no attempt being made on historic on one of them, how can we possibly support the appeal?
Dwayne, and then DJ, and then Joel.
I'm not going to repeat everything Rob said, and Valerie assaulted me because I guess I'm a historic now because I'm 50 years old, and my brother was breakdancing at the JCPenney's building, which is not the JCPenney's building. I would like to have that breakdancing because I remember even having cardboard and breakdancing at that competition there at JCPenney's, and I have no artistic value. You cannot look at me and say, I do dress myself, but I do not have any artistic in me. So I'm not looking at this as anything. I'm going to have to go totally off of what HSBC is, the professional opinion. That's where I'm going to be voting tonight, because if I had to choose art, then we'd all look ugly. This is how it is. So that's not the God-given gift that I've been given. So that's where I'm at, and I'm going to go with Rob at the rules and criteria and just keep it straight with that, because that's all I can do today. Thank you.
DJ.
Yeah, during the beginning of these kind of hearings, it's dictated that these decisions are going to be made on criteria, and I'm following suit. I'm going to end up on the contrary to the motion. I see this issue as being twofold. We have the criteria-based decision, and I have to point out that it said in the letter of appeal that it was a common courtesy to show HBSC what they were working on. This is not a common courtesy. This is local law that must be followed. If you do anything inside the HBSC, you need their approval, and that approval is criteria-driven. And I'm going to follow suit on that. The other part of this is, do people like this mural? And I'm going to say this as delicately as possible. I would suggest that COPA go back to the drawing board on this one. I appreciate their work. Maybe there's another place for that mural, but I don't think the downtown corridor is that place for it. So in that twofold, I disagree with the motion in that we need to follow the criteria. And furthermore, I disagree with this being the appropriate place for that piece of art.
Joel, and then Rick.
Well, I agree with it didn't meet the criteria, but there's also lessons learned, I think, that are important. And one is when we go out for a request for proposals, that those criteria are included with that request for proposals. So people know right from the beginning what those requirements are. Otherwise, it's kind of like they feel like they've been catch-22 or something, you know? You say, well, what am I trying to do here? And I got some of that from the artists tonight. So I think in the future, anytime we have proposals going out. The other thing is public involvement, you know, putting art in neighborhoods where some of the neighbors don't want it. And it's it doesn't have anything to do with the appeal. But doing that is, with public money, is, I'm not sure that's good business. Regardless, I'm kind of like Dwayne. My wife does all the artistic things, and you know, that's okay. But so somehow we got to have some kind of public involvement in our city projects that are funded by the public, so that we don't force things down our citizens' throats that they don't want. And that has nothing to do with this appeal. That's a separate process, but it's just a lesson learned, I think. And it doesn't mean that there's people that like it. I understand that too. Anyway, I'm going to go with the criteria the way I interpret it and the way I understand the Historic Commission and their expertise has explained it. And we'll go from there. And it's not the end of the story either way. We need to do alley art and do a good job of it. So thank you.
Rick, and then Brian.
I think it's a very difficult decision. We have criteria to adhere to. It's a historic district, and based on the testimony that's been given, it appears the historic aspect has not been met. But the thing I do love, I love the whimsical design that's here, and I hope we can find another location for it. I still even believe downtown, and I realize the historic district has designated boundaries, to find a place that would just be outside the district and still go forward. Thank you.
Brian.
Thank you. Sorry I'm late, everybody. The criteria on this topic, in contrast with the previous topic, are highly subjective. So, you know, depending on your opinion of the art piece or your mood that day, you could go either way with these very subjective criteria. So it's not cut and dry as much as other counselors might want it to be based on these criteria. I'm not comfortable with the HBSC being the final arbiter of downtown art. I appreciate their input, but they're not the art, committee for public art. And if we have every piece of art downtown looking historic and having the bridge and having a river and having the same animals, gets really bland. So this one's a little bit outside the box. I don't even know that I'm a huge fan of it. However, it is different, and I appreciate that, and I think we need more variability in our art in this town, even in the downtown core. So I support the reversing the HBSC decision.
Vanessa.
Yeah, I also agree with the subjectivity of the criteria, whereas before it was a land use decision that's very rigid. What is historical is really in the eye of the beholder. So I don't know if it could be amendable to those that don't support the second mural, maybe being placed on the building that is opted out of the historic district. I don't know if that might mend any concerns with that mural, but there are clothing depictions from different generations. So I think it could be argued that they do have some historical significance. They're not from the 1800s by any means, but they're not from today. So I am also disheartened to see the conflict between the commission and the committee. I'm hoping that no matter what comes of today's decision, I'm hoping that they can put this behind each other and continue to work together in the future. I see that although dogs themselves, to some, might not have historical significance, they are a conduit for history with their clothing in the art. I do see one of the major concerns from the original hearing at the HBSC was the lack of consultation to the tribe, and I see with this motion that that is quelled, and hopefully that's resolved. I also am concerned with the original hearing in the HBSC, the rhetoric that was used by commissioners, a lot of it was critique of the art and a lack of personal preference for the art, and not necessarily on the criteria before them. Comments such as not fond of dogs on the wall, I don't love the artwork, we would prefer wildlife-oriented, or would even prefer beavers. I'm concerned that that led to the decision that was made, which was outside of the scope of the criteria. Even the motion itself lacked criteria, so I am concerned for that. But I think based on the historical reference of the clothing, I think that that should be enough. And my question still stands to those that don't support the second mural, if you would support it being placed on the building that is opted out of the historic district.
Is there any further discussion? All right, not seeing further discussion. Valerie, you made the motion to reverse the HBSC's decision, which would allow the murals to go in. So a yes, in this case, would affirm the murals. So Valerie, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Rick?
No.
Joel?
No.
Rob?
No.
Dwayne?
No.
DJ?
No.
Motion fails 5-3. Is there any further discussion? Joel?
Like I say, I don't want any losers out of this. And we need to have art in our alleys. And COPA, you play a very valuable part of that. Historic Commission, you play a very important part of that. As we go forth, we're not going to agree on everything, and that's fine. But let's work together as a community to get where we want to be for the benefit of everybody. And bless you for that. Thank you.
Brian, then Rick?
I'm not totally certain that downtown art is totally within the purview of HBSC, the Historical Buildings and Sites Commission. I think I would rather them have a more consultative role and provide a recommendation to council rather than being able to deny outright on their own. Thank you.
Rick?
As I said, I find this very whimsical, and I think it would be a real addition for downtown. And I guess if there was some way to come up with a solution, I'd be in favor of that. Thank you.
Any further discussion? I just want to add, this is the first time in over 3 years I actually wish I got to break a tie. And I'm not actually really a fan of the artwork exactly, but I do think that I don't have to be a fan of the artwork in order for it to have value or for other people to enjoy it. And I think in this case, for me, it doesn't detract from the historic district. It's in an alley where multiple people stated that it wouldn't be readily visible from the road, and the purpose of these alley activation projects are to get people walking through the alley and seeing something different and whimsical. So in that sense, I can appreciate what COPA was trying to do. And I'm sorry we made the decision we did. But decision of the council is final tonight. And so let's move on to the next topic on our agenda. And that is another hearing. Perfect. Okay, this one is actually a second reading. So let's move on to item number 1C, which is a second reading of an ordinance that would annex 3322 Leonard Road into the Grants Pass city limits. And I don't believe we're having no presentation on this. It's a second reading. Go ahead, Valerie.
I'm going to move to approve the annexation of 1322 Leonard Road into the Grants Pass city limits.
Is there a second? Seconded by Joel. Discussion on the motion? No discussion. Okay, Valerie, you made the motion to approve the annexation. How do you vote?
Yes.
Brian?
No.
Rick?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Dwayne?
Yes.
DJ?
I have to confirm something. She said 1322, and the paper says 3322.
Okay.
Okay. Yes, it is.
So now that that's on record, I'm going to vote yes.
Okay, thank you. Motion passes 6-1 with Councilor Ogier has left us.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of Grants Pass annexing 3322 Leonard Road into the Grants Pass city limits.
All right, let's move on to the next item. So at this time, I will open the public hearing to consider an application that would that would vacate the common property lines between tax lots 301, 302, and 400 of map number 360520BD. We will begin the hearing with a staff report, followed by a presentation by the applicant, statements by persons in favor of the application, statements by persons in opposition to the application, and an opportunity for additional comments by the applicant and staff. After that has occurred, the public comment portion will be closed and the matter will be discussed and acted upon by the council. Is there anyone present who wishes to challenge the authority of the council to hear this matter? Do any councilors wish to abstain from participating in this hearing or declare a potential conflict of interest? Are there any councilors who wish to disclose discussions, contacts, or other ex parte information they have received prior to this meeting regarding the application? In this hearing, the decision of the council will be based upon specific criteria which are set forth in the Development Code. All testimony which apply in this case are noted in the staff report. If you would like a copy of the report, please write that on a note to the city manager and one will be provided. It is important to remember if you fail to raise an issue with enough detail to afford the council and the parties an opportunity to respond to the issue, you will not be able to appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals based on that issue. The hearing will now proceed with a report from staff.
Thank you, Mayor. So unlike a lot of your property line vacations that are on private property, this one happens to be on city-owned property. This is at Baker Park. The applicant happens to be Wade Elliott, who is with Public Works. So this relates to the restroom facility that was funded with ARPA money that's being constructed and is more or less completed at this point. And there are multiple parcels actually at Baker Park, even though they're all owned and contiguous. There's actually 4 different separate tax lots out there. The star that's on the slide behind me shows where the restroom is being proposed. When our inspector went out, they realized that the location of that loo was within the minimum setback from that property line. So the fact that there are multiple tax parcels was not really adequately addressed when the location was put on the site plan for where that would go. But the inspector did his job. He found there was a property line there. And so in order to expedite the process in terms of getting the loo to completion, the decision was made to vacate the property lines. Now, we're not vacating all of them. What's on the screen here, there's a north-south property line that runs from the river up to Park Street. So that is proposed to be vacated, and then there's an east-west one that runs more or less right in the middle of the park. That one is also proposed to be vacated, but the property lines that are around the Raid building are proposed to remain. So that would actually stay on its own separate tax lot. So that's the proposal, is to vacate those 2 lines. The criterion is here before you. We reviewed it and found that it can be met. The city would continue to have ownership on the parcels, and continue to function on the ground just like it has for years. We don't see any, from a staff perspective, any problems. There was no comments received. And then here's the action and a motion behind me.
Thank you, Brad. Council, do you have any questions? Rick?
Thank you, Brad. Where's the 500-year flood line on that piece? I know the 100 years probably halfway up somewhere.
The 500? Is that what your question is, Councilor? The
Yeah,
500 year?
Well, actually both. Where's the 100 and 500, do you know?
Well, the 100 is approximately in this location. I mean, as you may recall, there's a good slope in Baker Park. When you're coming off Park Street and you're going towards the river, it drops down. And so that 100-year floodplain line lies, much closer to the river than where the proposed bathroom facility is going.
So the real question I should ask, on the 500-year, is only certain public structures subject to that, or all public property? And you know what I'm saying?
I believe so. So the floodplain code does not apply to the 500-year floodplain. All permits and special elevation certificates that are required by FEMA only apply in the special hazard zone, which is the 100-year. So the 500 is notated on a lot of the maps, but there's not any, it doesn't trigger any regulatory requirements for permitting.
Okay, I thought if we're locating a public school or a government building, you couldn't be within the 500. So I didn't know whether, I don't think Portland Loos qualify for that distinction.
No, no.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, no questions. Was anyone wanting to speak on behalf of the application? No? No, Wade? Okay. And is there anyone from the audience who, anybody wanted to speak in opposition of the application? No. Okay. We'll close the public hearing and turn this over to council for discussion. Dwayne?
I move to approve the ordinance vacating property lines between tax lot 301, 302, and 400, map number 36-05-20BD, first reading.
Is there a second? Joel? Any discussion on the motion? I'm just going to note for the record, Vanessa has joined us online. Okay, seeing no discussion, Dwayne, you made the motion to approve the property line vacation. How do you vote?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Vanessa? All right, she might not be able to speak. DJ?
Yes.
Okay, I think I heard Vanessa say yes.
Yes, she did.
Okay, motion passes 8-0.
An ordinance of the council of the city of Grants Pass vacating the common property lines between tax lots 301, 302, and 400 of map number 360520BD.
Thank you. Valerie?
I move to approve the ordinance vacating the property lines between tax lots 301, 302, and 400 of map number 36-05-20-80, second reading.
Is there a second? Seconded by Joel? All right.
It's BD, but it is kind of, man.
BD, okay. We knew what she meant. Okay, any discussion? Okay, Valerie, you made the motion for the second reading. How do you vote?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Dwayne?
Yes.
DJ?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 8-0.
An ordinance of the council of the city of Grants Pass vacating the common property lines between tax lots 301, 302, and 400 of map number 360520BD.
Thank you. Okay, our next item is another hearing. At this time, I will open the public hearing to consider an application filed to annex 948 Northeast Hillcrest Drive into the city limits. We will begin the hearing with a staff report, followed by a presentation by the applicant, statements by persons in favor of the application, statements by persons in opposition to the application, and an opportunity for additional comments by the applicant and staff. After that has occurred, the public comment portion will be closed and the matter will be discussed and acted upon by the council. Is there anyone present who wishes to challenge the authority of the council to hear this matter? Are there any councilors who wish to abstain from participating in this hearing or declare a potential conflict of interest?
Yes, Mayor, I need to recuse myself from this discussion and decision.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Fraser.
Thank you, DJ. Please step away. Are there any councilors who wish to disclose discussions, contacts, or other ex parte information they have received prior to this meeting regarding the application? Brian.
I had a phone conversation with Doug Walker about this property.
Dwayne.
I told Doug Walker I like this property. So if we're going to open all that up, then I'll just say that, yes, I talked to him about this before.
Okay. In this hearing, the decision of the council will be based. Yes, Vanessa?
Sorry to interrupt. I also have had a conversation about the project with the applicant.
Okay, thank you. In this hearing, the decision of the council will be based upon specific Yep, the decision of the council will be based upon specific criteria which are set forth in the development code. All testimony which apply in this case are noted in the staff report. If you would like a copy of the report, please write that on a note to the city manager and one will be provided. It is important to remember if you fail to raise an issue with enough detail to afford the council and the parties an opportunity to respond to the issue, you will not be able to appeal to the Land Use Board of Appeals based on that issue. The hearing will now proceed with a report from staff.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. I know it's getting late, but again, here is another annexation request, this time from the Mid-Road Foundation for their property located at 948 Northeast Hillcrest Street. A quick summary of the request. This ordinance, if adopted, would annex their property at 948 Northeast Hillcrest. This is tax lot number 36-05-08-AB, tax lot 800. It totals about 4.69 acres, and the annexation ordinance would annex them into the Grant Pass city limits. In relation to the city council goals, this supports the council's goals to facilitate sustainable, manageable growth by annexing property into city limits for future development. And this is just a vicinity map in terms of their property out there on Hillcrest. This is the Interstate 5. Hillcrest, we're in the northeast portion of the city. Again, it's close to a 5-acre lot, and it's zoned R3. Here's a better look in terms of the property itself. The property, we'll speak to the background in terms of the existing home there, but this gives you a better idea. Again, it's zoned R3, and if annexed, obviously the zoning would also be in place already. By way of background, the applicant is the Mid-Road Foundation. They seek to annex their subject property. A requirement for, and basically they are putting this request before us tonight because they do intend to provide or develop a future development, and the annexation would be a requirement of this, and this is the reason it comes before you tonight. And pursuant to ORS 222-125, the city can annex land without an election or vote or a public hearing if 100% of the property owners consent to annexation. And in this case, the single property owner, Mid-Road, this is considered an annexation by consent in accordance with our Article 5 in our development code. Presumably, if the annexation ordinance is adopted tonight, the property owner will be responsible for paying taxes this fiscal year. And if approved tonight, the legal description and map attached and the annexation ordinance will be sent to the Josephine County Assessor's Office as well as the State Department of Revenue to make their formal boundary adjustments, which will move this lot from the unincorporated urban growth boundary into Grants Pass city limits. I will add to this background that the application does meet the criteria for annexation. And with that said, the council call to action is obviously the council's direction. There are no cost implications. The recommendation is to adopt the ordinance to annex 948 Northeast Hillcrest Street with the map number all previously said. And with that, that concludes staff's report. However, I do know Mr. Walker is here tonight in terms of speaking on behalf of Mid-Road. If there's any questions, happy to.
Do you have any questions for Mark? Go ahead, Rob.
Is this property currently covered by Grants Pass Police and Fire?
This, if I could defer to the chief on.
Currently, my understanding is no, but if annexed, then it would be, yes.
Thanks.
Any further questions? All right. No further questions. Let's have, is there a presentation from the applicant or somebody who would like to speak on?
Is it on? Oh, it's on already.
Yes.
Doug Walker, representing Mid-Road Foundation. I don't really have a presentation, just we intend to develop the property. Primary purpose for the first phase of development or the first portion of development is for low-income military veterans. And then there'll be a phase 2. The property happens to have one flaw. It has a wetland on it. So our intent is to subdivide the property, isolate the wetland, develop the area that doesn't have the wetland with the military veterans housing, and then the second phase would be that other property once we figure out the best way to develop it.
Thank you. Are there any questions? No? Okay. Is there anyone else who wanted to speak on behalf of this application? Is there anyone who wants to speak in opposition of the application?
No.
Doug, did you have something else to say?
I do, just on the subject of annexation. I'm going to represent myself as a member of the Housing Advisory Committee. I'm not representing the committee as a whole, because we haven't voted on this issue or anything. But the annexation property and the lot line vacation, because that was just before you a moment ago, is rather cumbersome and unnecessary. And some of these things shouldn't be before you all to make decisions. It checks all the boxes. You've already set those criteria, such as this one. Staff has reviewed it all. They say it meets all the criteria, but that still comes before you. They waste your time, it wastes their time, it wastes the applicant's time. There's a lot of revision that needs to happen in some of these codes. I wish staff had more time, because there's a number of different complications that interweave into these codes. State regulations, the city's self-imposed regulations, things like that, and those have to be teased out. So I really hope staff can have time in the near future to tease those things apart, so we can come to you with recommendations to say this kind of thing doesn't need to be before you, and it could be just voted on by staff or recommended by staff. But that's it.
Dwayne? Oh, yeah, let's say we're going to close the public hearing. Do you have any additional comments from staff? No? Okay, Dwayne, go ahead.
Well, obviously, I'm in favor of this, but I'm assuming two councilors are going to vote no, because they're going to say we don't have ample fire and police to take care of this property. I'm hoping that's going to be their stance from now on, because that's what they've done to other properties. So, but I'm going to move to adopt the ordinance annexing 948 Northeast Hillcrest Drive, map number lot 360613 DC, tax lot 100, into the Grants Pass city limits, and have it read by title, first reading.
Thank you. Seconded by Rick. Any discussion on the motion? All right. Dwayne, you made the motion to annex the property. How do you vote?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
Brian?
No.
Rick?
Yes.
Rob? Excuse me, Joel?
Yes.
Rob?
No.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-2. DJ is still there, but he recused himself. So DJ, you are welcome to come back now, and we will move on to item...
Mayor, I need to read it first.
Oh, sorry. First reading.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of Grants Pass annexing 948 Northeast Hillcrest Drive into the city limits.
Thank you. I think it's unanimous if somebody recuses themselves, right? They're not present, so it was... Okay. Oh, it was not unanimous. Thank you. All right. There were 2 no votes. Okay. In that case, yeah, motion passed 5-2. But we'll save that second reading for another day, and we'll move on to item F. So this is on your extra agenda, not the one on the top of your packet. This is regarding an ordinance that would repeal Grants Pass Municipal Code Section 5.12.110 regarding unnecessary noise.
Sorry about that. We're asking for you to repeal the Grants Pass Municipal Code noise ordinance. This relates to the goal of enhancing community safety. There were some concerns about vagueness, overbreadth, essentially constitutional issues arising out of this fairly antiquated noise ordinance. We don't feel that we're hampered in our ability to enforce noise issues. I've discussed this with the chief. The disorderly conduct statute that I cited here, ORS 166-025, really fills the gap and adequately addresses noise issues. I'm going to read off that ordinance. A person commits a crime of second-degree disorderly conduct if with the intent to cause public inconvenience, annoyance, or alarm, or, that's not iron ore I'm referring to there, even though it has an extra E, recklessly creates a risk thereof, the person makes unreasonable noise. So, I think you all received the memo on this topic. It was, this pertains to a court case, so I really don't want to get into the weeds on it at this time, if possible, but I can tell you I am very comfortable that the ORS disorderly conduct does adequately give us enforcement authority that we're really not losing any ground by repealing this. And the time, the call to action is hopefully tonight. It's an emergency, as an emergency clause in this ordinance, and we need to get this done as soon as possible. Questions?
Do you have any questions?
Thank you.
No questions. Dwayne? Wait, all right, do you have a question? Oh, okay, this is, we have to do, ask if there's anybody from the public who wanted to speak on this issue? No? Okay. Public hearing is closed. Go ahead, Dwayne.
I move to adopt the ordinance repealing GPMC 5.12.110 and have it read by title first reading.
Seconded by Rob? Oh, and you need to state if you intend to declare it as the emergency.
Yes, declare it as emergency.
Okay. And that was seconded, is it seconded by Joel? Rob? Okay, seconded by Rob. Okay, any discussion on that? No? Okay. Dwayne, you made the motion to adopt the ordinance. How do you vote?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
TJ?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 8-0.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of Grants Pass repealing Grants Pass Municipal Code Section 5.12.110, unnecessary noise, and declaring an emergency.
Valerie?
Yes, I move to adopt the ordinance repealing GPMC 5-12-110 as an emergency and have it read by title only, second reading.
Thank you. Seconded by Rick. Any discussion on that motion? All right. Valerie, you made the motion. How do you vote?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
Rick?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Dwayne?
Yes.
DJ?
Yes.
Vanessa?
Yes.
Motion passes 8-0.
An ordinance of the Council of the City of Grants Pass repealing Grants Pass Municipal Code Section 5.12.110, unnecessary noise, and declaring an emergency.
Thank you. All right. We have made it to public comment. This is an opportunity for the public to address the City Council on items not related to a public hearing or council action item. The intent is to provide information that is pertinent to the city's jurisdiction. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes to address the council as one body, not to individuals. At the conclusion of public comment, council will have an opportunity to respond. This meeting will proceed in an effective and courteous manner. Citizens and council members will be allowed to state their positions in an atmosphere free from slander, threats, or other personal attacks. Signs or placards, outbursts of applause, campaigning for public office, or other disruptive behavior will not be tolerated. If you have a question regarding any government-provided service or a current city policy, please contact the city manager's office in an attempt to resolve the matter. Please state your name and let us know whether or not you live in the city limits.
David Dapper, city resident. I'm a member of Park Watch also. What some of the descriptions don't seem fitting to me. What we do is the Morrison Park, we pick up the needles and drug paraphernalia before the Little League game so they can play without stepping on drugs or God knows what. And matter of fact, just, was it last week, where they were trying to play baseball closer than from me to you, or about from me to you, their police had to pull a dead body from an overdose out of one of the tents in front of all the kids to see, which is wonderful. And I don't know if you noticed it, but all the honking out there, a lot of people agree with us that we need to get the drug addicts out of our parks somewhere else. I don't know why we can't spend some ARPA funds to lay some infrastructure down Spalding Avenue to create a urban campground. We don't need a $1 billion building, but we need somewhere they can camp besides our parks. Just today on the way here, they had a mattress laid out in the middle of Tussin Park. That's the best riverfront property there is, and boy, we know they worked hard for it. We need to do something. Let's do something, because nothing ain't working. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Del Aldridge. I'm with the city. About 5 weeks ago, we got a call from a Little League coach saying, my parents don't even want to bring my kids here because this park is unsafe. And I'd agree with him. There was a fencing. I drove to the park a week before we went there the first time to clean it up, and there was a fencing operation going on. Open drug selling, open drug using. You couldn't get to that park without everybody in the parking lot, 30 or 40 cars. Within the first week we went out there, we had the cooperation of the police, and they did an awesome job. They brought them under control, and we picked up tons of trash. There was only a few of us out there, and then the next week we came back and we got a little less trash and a little less camping. Druggies don't want to be around people. They don't. And when they see that we're out there telling them, hey, follow the rules or get out. Last week we were there one more time, and man, we found one needle, a couple of caps, and one straw. That's amazing for as big as that park is. Oh, I'm sorry, we found a bunch of mail. I delivered it back to the person that didn't know they had it stolen. We now got a call from 2 other coaches that want us to do the same thing in their parks. And we have enough people in our park watch that's going to happen. We're going to go to these other parks and go an hour before they show up for practice and clean that park. And sometime in the future, and you'll see it, hopefully it'll be June 28th, we'll see, we're going to have a kids' day in the park. We're going to get the kids and the parents out there and know they're going to be safe, because people like me and hopefully you will see that we're there and we're not going to let them get away with it. We actually caught something right in front of the cops. 7 policemen standing right here. Lady smoking crack in her car. Look. And thank you, Chief. You're doing an awesome job with the resources you got and supporting us. And I think everybody needs to, one more time, I'm going to invite you to go to one of our meetings just to see that we're not a vigilante group. We're a group of concerned citizens that care.
Mike Pelfrey, City Grants Pass. So I'm assuming 50 years from now, the City Council will be having a discussion about the new murals in downtown. I'm going to assume that they're going to include shopping carts, maybe a dilapidated RV, perhaps a tent, some needles, and some urine in a piss bag or whatever. But that's just the future that I predict. But I would like to ask one thing. Why does the city allow shopping carts? Because this is a really pet peeve for me. We're supposed to be attracting people that come into our city, but when you get off of the interstate and you drive down a road, there's shopping carts in every direction. If I were the leader of this town, which I'm not, but if I were, I would make sure that someone went out and policed this stuff up every day. I can tell you that shopping carts are sitting in the same places that they've been for days. Why does that happen? Why do you allow this city to be so run down? Yes, you allow this. Question. We're talking about the people in our park, and I'm not talking about the traditional homeless. I'm talking about the vagrant homeless. I personally call them rats, 2-legged rats. So I ask you, if you had a rat infestation at your home, would you A, make it comfortable, put some food out for it, maybe give it some clothes, or would you B, humanely relocate it? I would say that B would be the answer. You need to work on the vagrancy within our town. The vagrants are sucking the services, and if you don't believe me, ask the chief of police. The vagrants are the ones that are causing the problems, not the homeless people that actually need help. So I ask you, please, trespass these vagrants from our city, not from our park. Thank you.
Is there any other public comment tonight?
Hi, my name is Sandy Rourke. I'm a resident of Grants Pass. I do want to start off by saying thank you for everything you, the fire, everybody's doing, because there's no way I could do your job, not even for a minute. You guys are doing an amazing job for what you have. Thank you very much. I know that it's cleaned out the testing park, but as soon as people came back in, they literally came back in with a mattress. They came back with lawn chairs, like they live there, and it's frustrating. It's very irritating that they do that. And I'm glad that you put off the pool for another 30 days, because $13 million for a pool we really don't need. I'm sorry, just there's many of the things that $13 million can go to. I know there's things that money can go to and money can't go to, but I'm glad you're going to talk to YMCA to work with them. That's amazing. Because I think they're the best person to help you with that, with the pool, help us with the pool. But I just want to relate, just thank you for everything you're doing. I appreciate that.
All right, looks like everyone's spoken, so I'll close public comment. Did anyone from the council want to respond tonight? Valerie?
Yeah, I am going to just respond and thank Park Watch for being out there and helping with the kids and helping to do that, because I do think it's important that the community comes together and does that. And I have visited, I have been out there and seen you in the parks, and I know that you're doing it in a respectful way. I haven't seen any of that vigilante feel that you also feel is happening, but I do think it's important, and I think Morrison, particularly with as many kids are out there right now during this season. So I just want to tell you that I do appreciate what you do.
Thank you. We're the sons of arthritis.
Rob?
Yeah, I wanted to just echo what Valerie said. Thanks a lot, Del. And I know that you do a lot of organizing. You personally do a lot of organizing for Park Watch as well. So I know you're trying to get people involved. So I really appreciate that. Good job.
Dwayne?
Yeah, I appreciate Del and all you guys. And I went to a meeting a couple weeks ago on Sunday just to say thank you for cleaning up Morrison Park, which is close to my house, you know. And yeah, it's disgusting at times, and I want to do more for that park and get out the drugs and everything else from that park. And so I'm hoping here in the next couple of months we'll be able to change some rules and figure that out. And you know, I appreciate that you guys are doing good things and showing people that you care about kids in parks, and not vigilante stuff that, you know, a lot of people want to say. And just keep up good things, and I think that's what more people need to do, is care about their community. So thank you.
Yeah, I'll also add thank you to those folks that are working on cleaning up the parks and just to having a presence in the parks. I wanted to say this early on, and I did a couple times and got told to not recommend people go to dangerous situations, but I think it's really important that people just maintain a presence in the parks and keep an eye on things and help clean things up. And I know that some other groups have done that as well. So Park Watch isn't the first, but certainly appreciate your efforts. And I also just want to say, you know, we do get invited, and some of us will, you know, stop in from time to time, but don't feel that you're not appreciated because the council doesn't come or pitch in on something like that all the time. We have a lot of things that we do. I spent my entire Saturday attending 2 different events as mayor, and then Sunday visiting a sick family member. So wasn't able to come, but I see a lot of social media backlash every single time that I don't show up at something. And you know, we're all trying and pitching in different ways and sitting through long evening meetings and things like that. So it's great if other people can do other parts of this job. You know, we can't single-handedly, you know, clean up every bathroom or park in town. And I know that our police and park staff really do a lot too, and we are, you know, officially, we do have paid staff and contractors that clean the bathrooms and clean the parks regularly, but they can't be there, you know, every day all the time. And, you know, you knock one trash can over and you've got a big mess, you know, that maybe wasn't there 5 minutes ago. So it doesn't necessarily take very long, but it takes a lot of people pitching in a lot of different ways to get the job done. So thank you. And we have emails?
There were no emails.
Oh, sure there were. They're just not for the purpose of the review, huh? All right, consent agenda. These are items of such routine nature without controversy that they may be approved in a single action. And Vice Council President Riker, will you please read the consent agenda?
3A, motion acknowledging the receipt of the monthly investment report for March 2024. 3B, motion approving the special use permit mint, findings of fact. 3C, motion approving the minutes of the City Council meeting April 17th, 2024. 3D, motion acknowledging the minutes of the Housing Advisory Committee meeting of March 15th, 2024. 3E, motion acknowledging the minutes of the Historical Building and Sites Commission meeting of March 14th, 2024. 3F, motion acknowledging the minutes of the Park Advisory Committee meeting of March 14th, 2024. 3G, motion acknowledging the minutes of the Urban Tree Advisory Committee meeting of March 11th, 2024. 3H, motion acknowledging the minutes of the Urban Planning Commission meeting of March 27th, 2024. I'd like to make a motion for the consent agenda to be approved.
Thank you. Seconded by Joel, and we don't discuss the consent agenda. So Rick, how do you vote?
Yes.
Joel?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Dwayne?
Yes.
Valerie?
Yes.
Brian?
Yes.
DJ? That was a yes. And is Vanessa still with us? Vanessa? We'll say 7-0. Motion passes 7-0. All right. Any comments from council tonight? Dwayne, Joel, Rob.
I have a question for Aaron. Sorry, it's been a long day. I flew in this afternoon from Arizona. I was told there was a map being given out, maybe the chief knows, of telling homeless where to park their RVs and stuff like that. I've been asked that twice in the last week and a half, so I wanted to confirm that there's nothing being given out because I knew nothing about this thing.
That's the first I heard of it.
Okay.
We're not publishing something in district.
I didn't think so either, but I just thought about it again that I better, because I'm going to be asked again. That's all I have. Thank you.
Joel?
We need to schedule the executive session for examining permits in the park, because we need to be all on the same page, especially with large groups, so that we're not, so that we can all support what Mark was talking about and what our lawyer was. So we need to schedule that so that we deal with understanding and acceptance.
We do, and I had asked on Monday to add that, and it didn't get added to tonight's agenda, so we'll get it on an upcoming meeting.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Rob?
Yeah, two items. One came up again tonight, and I think that council needs to look at the 100-foot requirement for noticing in our development code. I mean, we heard it tonight. I mean, a lot of people felt like the process was rushed. They felt blindsided. They fill that in with, nefarious explanations in their own mind sometimes because they think that something was going on in some kind of underhanded way. And I think that, I don't know that anyone could really think that 100 feet is adequate notice. So I'd like in a workshop to discuss expanding that, or at least an explanation for why 100 feet is supposedly reasonable. So I'd like some support from a couple other counselors to get that on a workshop.
All right. Yeah, that issue has come up a couple of times now, I think. So that's a good topic.
And yeah, the other thing too is, I want to know how was it decided tonight that public comment would be reduced to 2 minutes rather than 3 minutes?
It was a decision that I made during the agenda setting meeting.
Okay, I didn't realize that you could reduce, or for that matter, eliminate public comment unilaterally.
Well,
Do
I
you
can't
have that power
eliminate
to
it unilaterally.
to eliminate public comment unilaterally? The mayor can do that?
I do have some discretion over how to run the meeting, yes.
Okay, that's a yes or a no. So you can reduce and you could eliminate.
I cannot eliminate. It was a public hearing. You have to have public comment at a public
Right.
hearing.
Okay, I feel that you overstepped your bounds. I think it's a council decision, so we need to discuss that, because I don't feel that the mayor should be able to unilaterally.
I disagree. The charter gives the mayor the authority to run the meeting. So reducing it from 3 minutes to 2 minutes was certainly within the mayor's purview.
How about eliminate it completely or making it 5 seconds? Would that be also within?
Well,
our
I
purview?
mean, we could go through sham examples, and I would say that would be outside the scope, but that's not what happened.
That's not what happened this time, but we also know that if the mayor didn't like a particular issue, didn't like a particular group that wanted to speak, there could be, a matter of fact, she could call off a meeting completely. We had that happen a couple of years ago. I think you were here then, Mark. She called off a public meeting completely based on some concern that there was going to be a demonstration. And I also felt at that time that she went beyond her powers to eliminate the public meeting entirely. How do you feel about that? Is that also within the mayor's purview?
We still held a meeting. We just moved it to remote. So
Pardon me?
we moved that
Right.
meeting to remote. It was still a
Right.
public meeting.
Right. So is that within the mayor's purview also, to have it remote, and then people really can't, they're not set up for it, the public's not set up for it, they can't necessarily comment if it's made remote at the last minute? I mean, to me, this is overstepping authority, moving a meeting unilaterally to remote without the public knowing about it ahead of time. And we have a similar issue tonight.
I actually had asked during the agenda setting meeting for the applicants and the appellants to be notified that they would have 10 minutes to speak and that all the other people would have 2 minutes. So I don't have any information about whether that was actually conveyed to them, but it was a request I had a week ago. Nevertheless, there have been a number of times that I've also on the spot, seen that we have a large crowd, and it never actually was the times when it was about me, which we've had several meetings where people were actually directly complaining about me, and I let them all talk. So I never trimmed it down to 2 minutes when it was something that was actually very personally about me.
I'm not saying, I never say anything personally about you, but it could be a matter that you are not necessarily in favor of, or an issue that's hot. To me, it's, this opens us up to political favoritism, and it's not appropriate as far as I'm concerned. It should be a council decision.
I would like to move to always have it be 2 minutes. Brian?
That could be agreed on, or you could unilaterally decide according to Mark.
Well, does anybody else have thoughts about this? Is it something we need to have a workshop or further discussion about?
I think, Rob, you're overreacting a little bit, and we should just move on.
I will also say, I mean, it was a discussion. I know that anytime we've had a big crowd, we've had moments where we've kind of said we wanted to get out at a decent hour. And I've had this discussion at previous meetings that should we do it 2 minutes or 3 minutes, and we didn't. But I think it is within the mayor's purview to do that.
Rick?
Rob, during agenda setting, the mayor asked about reducing the time to 2 minutes, and we agreed. So I'm supportive of her direction. Thank you.
Are there, Valerie, I think you had your hand up of a new topic?
Yeah, I did. I had gotten some information from the OSU extension programs, and of course the problem being that when the commissioners voted down paying for the service districts, they didn't want the taxes to be collected, so they're not being collected. And so the concern is that it was over some 4-H incident, church, state, whatever. I just want to ask people to reach out, because the 4-H extension and the money there goes to our Master Gardener program. And our Gardener program in 2023 donated 537 pounds of produce. They had over 3,000 people they reached with food and over 5,888 volunteers working through the Master Garden program to provide food through the food bank. And I just think it's important that people reach out to the commissioners to let them know that they want to keep that service district because they voted on it in 1996. So it was a public vote to have that service. The commissioners took it away, and I think people need to stand up and write to the commissioners and just say that they want that service district to continue as it was voted in 1996. So I'm just putting it out there. Contact and write a letter of support for the service district to your county commissioners.
Brian.
So this is a topic to hopefully put on the agenda regarding city surplus property sales. I know that staff has been working through a few of those properties, and we had a meeting about a year ago where we reviewed a whole list of properties, and staff moved forward with the few that were, I guess, the most straightforward. And there's still about 5 or 6 others that need to have a discussion at a council level to decide if they're worth liquidating or what should be done with them, if anything. So I would request to get that on the agenda soon, please. Thanks.
All right, is there anything else from council tonight? All right, any comments from staff tonight? JC.
Yeah, I have a brief one. On the dais, I prepared a insert, which is the Maze utility billing insert, and that's there for your review.
For our review, in what way? Do you need feedback by a certain date?
Sorry,
or is it just
more or less that there's a notification that'll be going out next Monday.
Okay, so it doesn't need to be approved in any way. It's just a heads up. All right, thank you. Anything else from staff? Nope. Okay, well, we still have executive session, so don't pack up too quick. Who's, Brian?
I move to adjourn the regular session and move into executive session.
Seconded by Rick. All in favor of adjourning the regular session, moving into executive, say aye. Any opposed? All right, let's take a 5-minute recess.